in this session. CMC, which stands for Central Management Console, it is an administrative web interface which is used to perform administrative tasks in BI platform. Tasks include user management, content management, and server management. Now, coming to user management, every user part of the BI platform should have user credentials to log into BI platform. User management allows us to perform tasks related to users creation, assigning rights to users, user groups creation, assigning users to groups, and providing rights at groups level or user level, deleting user, etc. Coming to the content management, content in BI platform is stored in reports, which is hosted in folders or saved in folders. Access to the folders is provided based on need basis, and it is provided to users or groups. We can provide access both at user level or group level. Content management allows us to provide the users or groups with access to folders and allow users to view the reports, to refresh the reports, and perform different operations such as scheduling the reports or sending reports to different users, different shared location, etc. Now, coming to the server management, the BI platform is comprised of a lot of servers which can be considered as small programs, and these servers perform functions specific to their category. For example, some servers facilitate the reports refresh, some are involved in report caching, some for managing the security, for example, central management server. So all the servers have to be managed properly so that the BI platform works seamlessly without any issues. For example, if any of the server is down, if the report caching server is down, the caching would not work and there would be performance issues. Or if the CMS is down, the authentication doesn't work and we would not be able to log into the BI platform itself. Using server management, we can start or stop the server, restart the server, create new server, or delete the existing server if it is not required. So we can perform all of those operations using server management. So coming to the default URL of the CMC, it is http:// then web server name along with port number, then /BOE/CMC. Web server can be replaced with the web server machine name, and port number can be replaced with the port number as per the project where the BOE is installed. Let's log into the CMC and look at the different tasks that can be performed. The CMC URL can also be customized, and if your organization is using customized URL, you can use that to log into CMC. So here it's a default URL. So since we are in the server itself, we can use the local host and then BOE CMC. This is the URL, and when we type this URL, it opens the login page wherein we have to provide the system name, which is nothing but the BO server name, the user ID and password. Then we have the authentication type. There are multiple authentication types supported by business objects, such as enterprise LDAP, Windows ID, etc. And I'm using the enterprise authentication currently, and we can click on log on to log into the central management console. So when we log into central management console, we will be in the CMC homepage, and we can see that there are different links segregated in 3 categories: organize, define, and manage. Now, using organize category, so here we have the folders. Using folders, we can perform the content management. Then we have personal folders which are related to each of the users. So every user will have personal folders, and we can view all the personal folders from CMC. Then there is categories, personal categories, users and groups. Then there is server management, which can be performed using the links that we have in organize category. Coming to the define category, using define category, we have links to access levels, which is used to either view the existing default access levels, or we can also create new access levels and provide to users. Then there is calendars. So we can customize the calendar, and we can use the calendar for scheduling reports. Then we have the events, which is used for creating file-based events or event-based file-based scheduling or event-based scheduling. So we can make use of events and we can create a dependency for scheduling. Then coming to manage category, here we have the instance manager, which deals with the report instances. And then there is applications. Using applications, we can set the security for different users or groups on each of the applications. Then settings, which is to set the settings of the BI platform. Then there is sessions, which we can manage the user sessions, and there are different other options, other links using which we can perform different operations. Anyway, we will see in detail by going to each of these links. Now, there are multiple ways of doing things generally in BI platform. So we can navigate to any of these links directly by clicking on them. For example, I can click on folders and it opens the folders page wherein we can manage the folders. Then we have the home page here, CMC home page. We can come back to the home page. And similarly, we can go to instance manager by clicking on instance manager, which opens the instance manager page where we can handle the instances that are created in the BI platform. The other way is from the drop down at the top left. So here from the drop down, we can select any of the menu and we can go to the home page. For example, if I click on select the applications, we will be in the applications page where we can handle the security for each of these applications. Or we can go to, if we want to go to license keys, we can click on license keys. We can select license keys from the drop down and we can view the licenses. Similarly, we can go to events page and we can view the events that are available. And the third option is we have the icons available on the left hand side, using which we can go to each of these menus. For example, here if I want to look at the servers, I can select the servers icon, click on that, and it opens the servers page wherein we can manage the different servers that are available in the BI platform. Or if I want to manage the connections, I can click on connections or query results. So here we are in query results. We can also click on connections based on the icon that is available for connections. So we are in connections page wherein we can manage the connections. Similarly, we can manage the reports or web service query. So we can navigate in three options, using three options, either from the drop down or from the menu on the left hand side, or from the links that are available in CMC homepage. Let's look at preferences in Central Management Console. It is available on the right hand side top. Here we have the preferences option. We can click on the preferences and it opens the preferences window, using which we can control the language, the time zone, and the other settings related to web intelligence, thin client, BI workspaces, and crystal reports. So in the CMC preferences, we have the option to select the product locale, which is nothing but the language that can be used for the BI platform. The BI platform user interface, it supports more than 40 languages. We can install different languages either during full installation, or we can modify the installation and install the multiple languages. So all the languages that are supported will be displayed in this drop down. And currently we have only one language, and we can use by default, use browser locale is selected, or we can use the English. So in this case, both are same. And the next option that is available is the preferred viewing locale. Even the default value that is selected here is use browser locale. And this option allows us to select the default formatting option for dates, numbers, times in the BI Launchpad. So based on the selection of the language here from the drop down, the numbers, time, and date that is displayed will be formatted in the reports. Also, for multilingual objects, the language that we select here will be applied. For example, to display objects name and description in universe. So those things also gets modified by the language that we have selected here when we have multilingual installation of the BI platform. The next parameter is maximum number of objects per page. So using this option, we can view the number of objects in a page. For example, if we go to folders, in the folders we can go to the objects list, and we can see the list of objects that are displayed here. It is, currently set to 50. We can change the setting here to display, more number of objects, or if we want to see less number of objects, we can select the setting here. Now coming to the time zone. Time zone is again very important factor, since if BI platform is installed on remote location, for example, if BI platform is installed in US and users are present in UK, if we are scheduling reports, there would be confusion on the time zone. So either we have to set the UK time zone and schedule the reports, or we have to take into account the time zone difference between the US and UK, and schedule the report based on the time zone differences. So here we have the option to select the time zone and use the scheduling, and we can perform other operations. Now the next parameter prompt for unsaved data. So here we have three options. We can set it on, off, or default. So when we make any changes and we click on the close option in any of the web page, based on the selection of these three values, we get the prompt. For example, if we select on, and if I change this parameter and click close, so let me save it by selecting on. So I select it on and I save and close it. Now if I make changes, let's say I'm making it to 100, and if I close this, there will be a prompt, are you sure you want to cancel? We can either click OK or cancel. And if we change this to off, and now if we make any changes, and if we click on close option, we can see that there is no prompt whether to save the changes or not, and the changes are not saved. And the default option, we can select default option, and if we change the settings now, if I make this change, and if I close this page, and if I go to preferences, we can see that the changes are not impacted. So the default option is determined by settings that are configured in the web.xml file that is located in web server. So in this way we can set these options whether to prompt for unsaved data. So based on whether if we want to set it on, the prompt will be appearing and data gets saved, and default option will be based on the web.xml file that is located, as I mentioned, in the web server. Then we have other options, the web intelligence settings. So we can click on web intelligence tab, and web intelligence page opens up here. And here we have the view option. We can select any of the options from here, HTML, applet, desktop, or PDF. So based on the selection, the web intelligence report, whenever we open it in BI Launchpad, this based on this selection, if separate settings are not applied at the BI Launchpad level, this will take into account. And the modify option, again we have HTML, applet, or desktop options. And then we can also select a default universe, and we can view the document with preferences given to format of data, or using the preferred viewing local. And on the drill option, we have we can synchronize drill, or we can select the other options that are available. For example, prompt when drill requires additional data. Here it is unchecked. We can check it if required. If you want to always prompt for additional data. And also the start drill session, we can start on the existing report or on a duplicate report. So based on the selection of these values, we can set the settings of the web intelligence reports, provided the settings the BI Launchpad preferences are not modified, and if the settings in the preferences of BI Launchpad are modified, then they will override the CMC preferences. So here we have the priority, and then we have the orientation. Similarly, for BI workspaces, we have the options, the style, the sheet that has to be used, and background options that we have. We can check based on our requirements. We can select the values from the drop down and set the settings in the CMC. which again can be modified, overwritten from the settings in the BI Launchpad. Now coming to Crystal reports, again it have some of the parameters which can be set. So here we have the default view format. We can select the web format or web ActiveX format and Java format. Then we have the printing control and the rendering resolution. Then we have the measurement unit. So we can select these options and we can make use of the CMC preferences settings, or we also have the option to change the settings in the BI Launchpad level, and we can override the CMC settings. So this is all about the preferences in the CMC. Folders and objects list. There are two primary folders listed here. The all folders is the root folder, and all the folders that are created in the BI platform are available under all folders root folder. Now coming to the objects list, it is not a physical folder. It is a logical folder where all the objects that are available in the BI platform are listed at one place. Now coming to all folders, it is a physical folder and it is a root folder which contains all the subfolders created under it and used for different reporting purposes. So when we log into BI Launchpad, all folders will be displayed as public folders. So when we go to documents and when we click on folders, we can see that the root folder is displayed as public folders, which is nothing but the all folders in the CMC homepage. So they both are same, and rest of the subfolders that are created under them have the same name except the root folder. So here we can see that auditing BI EIM, auditing BI EIM, then we have BI 442 reports, BO 42 reports. Same folder structure is available in both the BI Launchpad and the Central Management Console. Now we can perform different operations on these folders. So we have, we can perform using multiple options. We can perform same operation. For example, we can right click and we have, we have the settings, which can be, for example, here we have the limit setting. This is also available in the icon here. Limit the number of instances saved. So same settings are available. We can also, set the settings from the actions menu also. So here we have, in general, the Central Management Console provides options to use multiple ways to perform a single function. So here we can set the root folder level access by selecting the all folders and going to manage, menu and selecting the default settings. So here it opens the default settings and we can set up the settings related to scheduling. So here we have the scheduling server group. So here we can select any of the server that is available, or we can by default use the first available server is selected. Similarly for web intelligence and Crystal reports process settings, we have same options. So if we have, if we want any specific server to be used, we can set up those servers in the settings. Then under the properties, we have the information related to, the root folder. So here we have in the general properties, the name of the root folder, then when was it created and when was it modified. So all those kind of information is available in this. Then the ID and CUID, which is used, by the BI platform to identify this folder. We also have the translation. So when we can make use of translations and we can convert, BI platform content in different languages. Then we have the user security, using which we can manage the security related to, different groups and different users. Then we have the limits option where we can set the limitation on the number of instances per object per user and also number of instances in days wise. So here we can select, we can add a user and we can select, for example, for this user, I can select the option, the number of instances per object and per user. So if I select here 100, so each of the report, the scheduled report can have 100 instances created. So 100 is too big, so we can make it as 10. So after every 10 instance, the previous instances get deleted. And we also have the option to delete, the instances when they exceed a given number of, days, and also we have the total instances of an object. We can also set that option. We can check this option, and we can set, you know, the 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 instances that have to be deleted for an object. So this option is, set for the total, for all the users, whereas here we have, for per user group and or per user, we can set the options. Similarly, here also the next option is also per user or per group. We can set the option. For example, if I select the option for one of the group here, we can set the number here. So it would be for this, only for this group, this option is selected, and here again, this is for this user. The instances will be deleted when it exceeds the number that we provide. Whereas the this option is, for an object. So it irrespective of the user or group, if an object instances exceed the number that we provide here, the previous versions of instances would be deleted. So here we can set the top level security. So when we set the top level security, we are setting the user security at the highest level. We will look at this setting of security at user and group level once we deal with the user and groups creation for better understanding. Once we set the security at the top level, we can also, set the security at each folder level. We can go to the folder, and then we can, set the security at folder level as well. So based on the settings that we provide in the security implementation, the combination of rights will be applied based on, inheritance concept, and also based on the rights that we have in the BI platform. Now, if I want to create a new folder here, we can go to manage and create a new folder. So the new folder will be created under all folders. So for example, if I create here BO42 new, we can see that it is created under the all folders, and it is available in the alphabetical order. Now, if we go to the BI Launchpad, and if I refresh here, we can see that the new folder is available here, and we can make use of this new folder, and we can, create reports and save under new folder, and we can also, add other objects such as the crystal reports or the dashboards. To delete this folder, we can right click on the folder, and we have we can select the delete menu from the list of menus, and we will be prompted to if we are sure to delete, then we can click OK, and this folder gets deleted. Then we have the other options on the root folder level. So we have seen the settings, the properties. So when we click on properties, it again opens the same, the properties page, which contains the general properties. Then we have the actions. Actions again, it opens the properties, and under properties we can see the limits that is selected. And here we have the new folder icon and configure repository icon, using which we can configure the repository, and we have the options to set the properties, and here is the option to set the number of instances saved. So all of these options again, we can right click, and we can click on properties, and we can go to all the options that we have seen. So the properties tab, properties page, it contains all the menus that we can use to control the properties related to the all folders. So let's look at the individual folders. So we can set the properties or rights at the individual folder level, and the combination of rights, based on the root level folder and the subfolder will ultimately, result in the overall rights provided to the users or groups on this folder. Now, when we right click on the individual folder, we can see that the different menus that are available: limits, user security, new. So again, limits will, we can set the limits of instances at the subfolder level, which is similar to the instances limit that we have set at the root folder level. Then user security, again, using this option, we can provide, the security privileges to the users or groups. Then the next option that is available is new. So we can create, we have options to create subfolder under this folder, or we can create other objects such as the object package, publication, hyperlink. So all of these options are available. Then we have the add. So using add, we can add a local document to the BI platform or add a program file. So when I click on local document, here it opens the new local document, and we can choose file. Click on choose file to select from the local machine. So we can select the report from our local machine, and we can click on add. So the report gets added to this folder. Then we have the option of default setting. So again, this opens the default settings tab of the properties page, and here we can again set the properties related to the server settings of scheduling, then web intelligence and crystal reports. Then we have the organize menu, where we can copy this folder to another folder, or we can move this folder completely to another folder. So if I select move to, we can, so here we are moving the BI42 reports folder. So if I want to move to BO42 reports, I can select the folder name and click move. Now we can see that the BI42 reports folder is available under the BO42 reports. So this is how the folder can be moved. And if we copy, the copy option will create a new folder with the same name. So I can click on public folders, and I can create a copy. Now we can see that there is BI42 folder available under all folders, and also it is available under the BO42 reports. So this is how the copy and move works. Then we have the option to delete the folder, and we can go to the BI Launchpad, and we can view all of these, the folders and subfolders that are created. Now we can see that I have refreshed this folders page, and we can see that BI42 is available under the public folders, and it is also available under the BO42 reports. So again, we can delete from here also. So we have the option, if I want to delete this folder, we have the option to delete by right click and select the menu organize, and under that select the option delete. So now we can see that this folder gets deleted in the central management console also. So if I refresh the folders page, we can see BI42 reports folder is not available under BO42 reports folder. So it's again based on the rights that we have. So all the users will not have the rights to create the folders or delete the folders. So if we have the rights, we can perform the operations from the BI Launchpad, or the from even the web intelligence risk client. So here I can create a folder. So I can try to save this report to enterprise, and it opens the save document window where we have the list of folders. And here I can create a new folder, for example. So I can select the public folders under which I want to create the folder, and click on the create folder icon available in the top, and it opens the new folder window wherein we can provide the name. So here I can provide the name, and we can see that a new folder is created, BO42 Web reports, and I'm saving this report with the name report in this folder. Now this report is saved. We can go to the BI Launchpad, and we can refresh the folders, and we can see that there is a folder created and a report is also saved. And we can also go to the CMC, and we can refresh the page, and here also we can see the report that is available and new folder that is created. So this is how we can create the folders. We can delete folders, and once we go through the users and groups session, we can work with the assigning rights on the folders to users and groups. In this session, let's look at the user management in Central Management Console. As part of this session, let's look at the default users and groups, and how to create users and groups, and various properties associated with users and groups, and modifying and deleting users and groups. Let's start with default user groups. These are the default user groups that are created when we install the SAP BO BI platform. The first one is the administrators group. Members of this group can perform all the administrative tasks in the BI platform applications. And it has a single user, which is the administrator, when we install the BI platform. This user can perform, or the members of this user can perform every task that is part of the BI platform. They can log into all the applications, they can create universes, they can create reports. So it's all all the tasks that are part of the BI platform can be performed by the users in this group. It has the highest level of security. The next group is everyone group. The security in BI platform is created on a premise that the every member, every user in the BI platform should be part of at least one group. So while creating a user account, we do not have option to associate the user to a group. So this default group is created, and every user by default is part of this group when we create the user. So this is the least secured group. So this it does not have. It is used in combination with other groups for assigning security. So most of the options that are available for this user group will be least. This user group will not have a lot of permissions to do different tasks, since we have to satisfy the condition of a user being part of at least one group. This group is created by default, and every user will be part of this group. Now coming to the rest of the groups, these are all groups related to the applications with which they are created. For example, query as a web service group designer, the users of this group have access to the query as a web service application. Similarly, report conversion tool users, the members of this group have access to report conversion tool application. Then we have translators and universe designer users. Again, these have access to respective applications, and universe designer users have access to universe designer folder and connections folder. They can create universes, they can create connections, and they can the members of this group can work with universes and connections. Now the default users that are created when BI platform is installed is present in this slide. The first user account is the administrator, which is part of the administrators group, and also by default, as I mentioned, this user is also part of everyone group. So this user can perform all the administrative tasks, all the tasks that are available in the BI platform. He can log into all the applications. He can create all the he can perform all the user management, server management, content management. He can create dashboards, and all the privileges that are part of the BI platform are available to this account, since this account is part of the administrators group. Then we have the guest user. Again, this user is part of everyone group, and it is enabled by default in the BI platform. It is basically used. It does not have a password created by the system, and it is used for single sign-on process. Then we have the SM admin, which is the SAP used by SAP Solution Manager to access BI platform for troubleshooting the issues. Using this account, the SAP Solution Manager will log into the BI system and troubleshoot issues that are handled by them. Now going to the next slide. So the user management is performed using at group level in the BI platform. If we look at this slide here, we can see that a scenario where we have 200 users, and each user, if he is assigned with 50 rights, the total number of rights that are available are 10,000 rights, and the BI platform have to store all of these rights in its memory. Whereas if we divide the 200 users into 20 groups based on the department or hierarchy, and if each group is assigned with 50 rights, then we have 1,000 rights. So here we can see the difference. So this is the reason why the user management is performed at group level rather than at the user level. So another advantage of it, the first advantage that we have seen, less memory utilization. Then we have the second advantage is the easy maintenance, since we have some changes that have to be done for let's say 10 users, and we have 20 groups, and each group have 10 users. So in this case, when we are performing user management at user level, we have to go to 10 users, each user, and make those changes. Whereas in the case of group level access management, we have to make the changes at single group level, and all the 10 user accounts gets impacted. So this is why the managing the users management at group level is advantageous compared to the user level account management. Let's log into CMC and see the user creation and other properties related to user accounts. So once we log into CMC, we can go to users and groups page by clicking on the link available under the organize section, or we can also select the users and groups from the drop down. So here we have the users and group menu, or we can also go to users and groups by navigating via the icon that is available on the left hand side. So when we go to users and groups page, we can see that the users and groups page is open. In the users and groups page, we have the option to view all the users by clicking on user list. Here it provides all the users in a single page. Then we have the group list, which provides all the groups that are available in the BI platform, the list of all the groups. Then there is group hierarchy view, using which we can view the hierarchical format of the groups. So here we have all the group names displayed here, and also in cases where we have, we can, when we click on the group name, we can see the list of associated users on the right hand side. We can also see that there are some groups which have subgroups, and we can navigate to subgroups, and we can view users part of the subgroup. So in this case here we have subgroup to again group. So subgroup to group, data insight user is the main group, and there is data insight analyst is the subgroup, and then there is data insight rule and rule approver and scorecard manager. So we have two subgroups under them. So we can create groups and subgroups, and then we can associate users to these groups or subgroups. Now, if we go to user list, here we can see the administrator, and this is the user created by default when the BI platform is installed. Then we have the guest user, and then we have the CSM admin user. So which are the default users that are created when we install the BI platform. And if we look at the group list, here we can see that the group name administrators, which is installed by default, which is created by default when we install the BI platform. And we have the everyone group, which is again the default user group. And then we have the translators, universal designer users, whereas a web service group designer, and report conversion tool users. So which are all created during the installation of the BI platform. So let's try to create a user account and see how the properties are associated with this. Click on the user list and click on new menu and click the new user option. So when we click on it, it opens new user window wherein we have to provide the details related to the new user account. The first option is authentication type. The business objects supports multiple authentication types. Here we can see the list of authentication types supported by the BI platform. PeopleSoft Enterprise, Siebel, Oracle ABS, JD Edwards, SAP Windows ID LDAP, Enterprise. So let's select Enterprise Authentication and let's create a user account with the name BO Demo 1. And here we can provide the details, the full name and email. We can also provide a description to this user account if required. So these are not mandatory. We can use them as blank. So let's use the same password. So we have to provide the password here, and we have options to check any of these, the checkboxes. The password never expires, or you must change password. User must change password at next login. User cannot change password. So based on the organizational mandates, we can check these options. And then the next parameter that we have to select is based on the licensing. So here we have two options to create this user account. One is the concurrent user, other is named user. So when we say concurrent user, what happens is that a separate license will not be associated for this, to this user account. For example, if we have 20 licenses and if we have 30 users in the BI platform, at any point of time, only 20 users can log into the BI platform. And if we create a concurrent user, this user will be able to log in only when there is a slot for this user account to log in, which means that if there are 19 user accounts logged in currently, so this user account, using this user account, we can log into the BI platform. Else, we will not be able to log in. Whereas the named user account will be, this user account will have a license associated with it. So irrespective of the user accounts logged in, using this user account, we can always log into the BI platform. So the named user account will have a license, whereas the concurrent user account will not have a license associated with it. Let's create a concurrent user account and click on create. So we can see that user BO demo has been created, and we can close this window. Now here we can see that BO demo 1, the user account is created. Now let's look at the different properties associated with a user account. So we can right click on the user account, and we can select any of the menu items, and we can go to the respective page or window and see the associated properties or the different options for this account. So I can click on properties. It opens the properties window. Here we provide the user account name, the full name, then the ID and CUID, which is used by the BI platform internally for tracking this object or this account, and the password related information. Then we have the database credentials, which can be used by the universe to for not creating another account details. We can make use of these database credentials, and the access type, which is the concurrent user or named user. Then we have the disabling account option here. So we can check this account is disabled option, and this user account becomes disabled. We can also create alias, or we can also assign alias to this account. So we have the option here to create an alias, which is nothing but second name for this user account, so using which user can log into the BI platform. So when we create alias, it will be same name, but with a different authentication type. For example, if I create a new alias, we can see that we have a different authentication type here, and we can select any of the authentication type, and we can use the authentication type to log into the BI platform using the same user account. So this is used in case of troubleshooting. Mostly the IT team uses the alias and log into the BI platform on behalf of the user, and then perform the troubleshooting. So now the second tab is user security. So using this page, we can set the security, meaning the users or groups who can modify the properties related to this particular user. The third tab is member of, where we have the different groups to which this user account is associated to are listed. So here we can click on join group, and we can add this group to a user, and we can also remove. We have the remove button to remove the user from any of the groups he is associated. So here we can see that by default everyone group is present, so we cannot remove this group. Even if we try to remove, it does not get removed, since every user will be part of everyone group. Then the profile values, we will have a separate session on this. The next tab is account manager. Using this tab, we can manage the password information. So we can modify the password, or we can change the database credentials information, which is used again by the universe for logging in to a database, and we have the enable or disable user aliases. So based on the checkbox that we have here, we can see the authentication type is currently enabled enterprise and third party, and we can disable by checking this option and selecting the authentication type for which we want to disable the user alias. And we can see that all the menus that we have seen, that we see here, are mostly covered in the properties when we navigate via properties menu itself. So join group, again we can join to a group. This user we can associate to a group, and member of displays all the groups part of this this user is part of. Then the profile values, this will have a separate session. CMC tab configuration is one option wherein we can configure the CMC properties where this user will have rights to. Using this account, if we log into CMC, we can modify the privileges here. So we can grant the privileges of promotion management, for example, or if we want this user to view the universes in the CMC, so we can provide the rights here by specifying explicitly the rights. By selecting the right and clicking on the grant, we can specify the rights. We can associate the rights to this user in CMC configure CMC tab, wherein all rights related to CMC portal will be provided. Then we have the account manager. Again, we have already seen this. The user security also we have seen. So If we click on that, it opens the same properties page, and we can navigate to user security, which contains the users who can modify the properties related to this user. And then we have the new icon or new menu using which we can create a new user or new group. Then we have the tools menu using which we can check the relationships. In the sense, we can find the relationship of this particular user with other elements of the central management console. So here we have, for this user, there is a favorites folder, and there is a personal category. Then it also has the inbox, and it is also associated with every one group, and it is created under the folder, the users folder. It is available under users folder. So here, if we provide privileges to the universe, we can see the universe list also here. And also we can, if we give access to web intelligence, we can see the web intelligence application name also here. So it basically provides a link this particular user have with other elements in the CMC. Now we can also perform all of these operations of user management by going to, by clicking on the menu in this page. So here we have create a group, or here we have the manage object properties, which opens again the properties window. And then we have the option manage user security, which opens the user security tab of the properties window. Then there is add a member to a user or group, and all of these options are available. Again, we can perform every task in multiple ways. We also can go to manage, and here also we can use the new menu to create a new user or new group. We can go to properties, or we can go to user security, and we can set the security at the top level, so all users or all groups level. Then we have the delete menu, using which we can delete the selected user. On the actions, again, we have the same options that we have seen by when we right click on the user account, and we can view all of these menu items. Now to delete any user account, we can right click on the user account, and from the menu available, we can delete it, or we also have the option from the manage menu, and we can click on delete. So BO test 1 I'm deleting currently, and it asks, are you sure you want to delete the selected items? BO test 1, click OK, and we can see that BO test 1 is deleted here. Now let's look at creating a group. We can create a user group either by going to group list and right click on the group list, select new icon or new menu, and click on new group. So we can provide a group name here, and then we can provide description if required. Click OK. So now we can see that BO demo 1 group is created, and we can also create the group by right clicking inside the user list, and we have the option, the menu new, and we can create a new group. It also opens the same create new user group page, and we can provide a name and create a group. And we also have the option from the icon that is available in the top, which is create a group, and it opens the create a new user group page, and we can provide the name and create a group. Now once we created a group, let's look at the menu items that are available when we right click. So we can see the first menu item is properties, and when we go to properties, here we can see the name of the the group. Then we have the ID and CUID, which is used by the BI platform internally for tracking and for auditing purpose. Then we have the created and modified date. We can provide description if required to specify what this group is, for what purpose this group is created, or what all privileges this group have. Then user security. Here we can provide we can add the user accounts or group accounts who can be who can modify the properties associated with this group account. So we have currently the administrators, since administrators account can this group can perform changes on all the all the elements that are available in the CMC. So even it can modify the rights related to this user group. Then the member of we can associate this group to another group. So here from member of tab, we can join this group. We click on join group, and we can join another group and part of that group. Or we can, if we have some group added here, we can remove the group. So if I add to, let's say, cleansing package builder users and click OK, we can see that now we are part of this group, and If I close it, if I go to cleansing package builder, we can see that it contains the BO demo 1 user group. And we can remove this group by selecting the group and click on remove. And now we are not part of any group. We are independent group. Profile values will cover later. Then the customization. So using customization, we can modify the menu items or the different options that are available in the BI platform in the web intelligence application. So here we can see that we can hide if we do not want the user to users of this group to view document summary or navigation map. So we can control all of those the interface element, user interface element from this customization. Then coming to the account manager, here we have the for this group, the information related to this group. So these are similar to the account level information. Here we have the change database credentials. This is used by the universe while we are creating the universe and connect to a database. And we have the authentication type aliases. So we can enable or disable user aliases here. Let's look at other options. So here we can perform all the actions that we have seen till now by right click also. So here we have add members to group, member of, profile values. Profile values will anyway cover in separate session. And we have seen the BI Launchpad preferences, then CMC tab configuration. This is similar to the CMC tab configuration that we have seen at the user account level. Customization, then the account manager, user security, and then tools. Coming to tools, again we can check the relationship of this user account, this group account with other elements in the CMC. It could be folders or it could be the users, and then there is delete option. So let's assign users that we have created to this group. So we have the BO demo 1 user. We can click on join group and we can select the BO demo 1 from the available groups and click on add to destination groups, add to selection, and click OK. Now we can see that if we navigate via the group hierarchy, we can see that this group BO demo 1 have the user account BO demo 1. Now to delete a group account, we can click on we can right click and we have the option to delete, or we can also go to manage and click on the delete. Using delete menu, we can delete it. So let's see. If I click on delete it and we can see that the BO demo 1 the group is not available anymore. What happened to the user account? And we can see that the user account is still available. So if we go to properties of this user account, or if we click on member of, we can see it is only part of everyone group. So we have added this user to the BO demo 1 group, but since we have deleted the BO demo 1 group itself, we can see that this user is only part of everyone group now. So this is all about the user and group creation. Let's discuss about rights and access levels in this session. So rights can be assigned at individual level, or rights can be grouped together and create a access level, which can be used, which can be assigned to a user or group, and we can handle the security in the BI platform. When we install the BI platform, there are a couple of access levels which are created along with the BI platform installation, which are the predefined access levels. The view, schedule, view on demand, and full control. These are the predefined access levels that are created by default when we install the BI platform. The view access have only view rights on the objects. For example, if we are viewing the reports, we can only view the instances if there are scheduled reports, and we can open the report, and if the report contains saved data, we can view the report. Except that we do not have any other options. Now coming to schedule access level, this access level have the option to schedule the objects. So apart from view, this access level have extra rights for scheduling objects. And view on demand, using this access level, it has the view rights, schedule rights, and also we can refresh the report. So we can run the report and we can view the data apart from the above rights. The last access level is full control, which contains all the above 3 access levels, and also we can modify the reports as well. We have more access privileges in full control. Apart from the predefined access levels, we can create custom access levels and group rights together and assign the access levels to various groups or user accounts. We can also assign rights without access levels, but again, having access levels makes it easy for maintenance. Now, going to the next slide, rights combination results. So a right can be, it has three status. It can be granted, denied, or left unspecified. Granted, as the name suggests, granted is providing the user with certain rights, and denied, we are denying the rights from the user, and unspecified means the right is neither granted nor denied. So in this case, the default would be denied. So when we set the status of right as unspecified, the default option that it takes would be denied. So we have the combination of rights will result in different status. So let's look at the rights combination. When we have on the same object, in one group a right is granted, and from the other group, if the right is unspecified, and a user belongs to both the groups, in that case the final result would be granted. And in the case of denied, if a right is denied from in one group on an object, and some other group, if the right is left as unspecified, the overall result would be for that right would be denied. And when we have from two user groups, in one user group we have denied the right, and the other user group we have granted the same right, the final result would be denied. So here we can see that denial takes precedence. So whenever there is a conflict of granted and denied, combination of granted and denied, it would be denied, and the combination of denied and unspecified would be denied. So the unspecified is used since we have a group, as I mentioned, everyone. So that everyone group, every user will be part of that group. So in that case, what happens? We provide the everyone group with the least combination of rights. So we keep most of the rights unspecified, so that when the user belongs to some other group and we need the access rights, we can grant. So in that case, combination would be granted, and when the user is part of some other group and we want to deny the rights, we can deny the rights at that group level. And since everyone group have the rights as unspecified, the overall right would be denied. So using the combination, since every user is part of everyone group, we have to keep all the rights in the everyone group as unspecified, so that if a user is not assigned to any other group, the rights would be denied. Whereas if a user belongs to some other group where the rights are granted, overall result would be granted for those rights. So we have to, since we have the everyone group, we have to manage rights properly so that the security is intact. Moving on to the next slide. So this slide talks about the granted rights. So granted rights would be in the green color with right check mark, and denied rights would be the cross check mark in red color. Then the not specified would be triangular icon with question mark with yellow color. Then we have the scope of rights. We can apply rights to object or also to sub object, which means that if we have folder and subfolders, we can select either the right at folder level, or we also want the right at subfolder level. So we have this option. So we can specify at what level we want to apply certain rights or deny the rights. Moving on to the next folder, talks about inheritance, which is again very important concept in the rights security maintenance. So here the rights in the central management console works with the inheritance, and here we have again two types of inheritance: group inheritance and folder inheritance. So let's look at the group inheritance. So in this slide we have, let's say there are three groups: group red, group blue, and group green, and rights are assigned at each group level, and users belong to the to the group green. The impact of rights we can see from this slide. So at the group red level, the right one is granted, and the rest of the rights are left as unspecified. And at the group blue level, since blue is the subgroup of group red, we can see that due to inheritance, the right one is granted, and right 5 is denied at the group blue level. Since we don't have this right, it is not denied at group red level, so it is denied at the group blue level. Now the overall combination for the users who are part of green, group green, would be right 1 would be granted and right 5 would be denied, since inheritance, comes into picture, and the groups are in hierarchical manner. So the overall rights would be right 1 being granted and right 5 being denied. And rest of the rights 2, 3, 4, and 6 are left unspecified. So this is how the rights work, group inheritance works. In folder inheritance, we have the same concept wherein the rights are inherited at folder level. So for the group red, for the users who are part of the group red, the right 1 is granted and right 5 is granted to the folder. In this case, what happens? All the users who are part of the group red, they have the rights, again 1 has granted and 5 has granted again, and rest of them are left unspecified on this folder. So this is folder inheritance. So when we are assigning rights at a group level, all the users in this group have the same rights on the given folder. And if we have some subfolder and if we deny rights in the subfolder, the overall rights would be again based on the combination. So similar to the group inheritance, the folder inheritance works. The rights whichever are denied in the subfolder level, the overall rights would be combination of the rights granted and rights denied, and then the rights which are left unspecified. Moving on, we have the concept of rights override. So if we have rights, and if there are some rights, and we have a scenario wherein we want to override a right, or we do not want a certain right to be provided to a user in a group, we can do that as well, and we can override the rights at the user level. So here we have the group red, and for this group the rights 1 and 5 are granted, but we have a user on this folder. So we are using the folder with the name as folder, and on this folder we are granting the rights 1 and 5 to the group red. But there is a user with the name user 1. For this account, if we want to deny rights, the right 5, then we can do so at the user account level, and then we can override the rights that are inherited. So in this case, what happens is there would be combination of inherited rights and overwritten rights. So here we are not breaking the inheritance, we are actually modifying the one of the right, and we also have the inherited rights, and we have the rights assigned at the user level. It would be combination of both the rights. Moving on, multiple overrides. Now when we look at this slide here, we can see that there is a user, and he's part of the subgroup 1A and subgroup 2A, and again the subgroup 1A is part of the group 1, and 2A is part of the group 2. So in this case, there is a right which is assigned at the group 1 level, and it is also assigned at the group 2 level, and at the subgroup 1A level the same right is assigned, whereas the same right is denied at the subgroup 2A level. Now there is a user who is part of both these groups, and we do not have he is not part of common hierarchy. So he is part of different hierarchy in this level, and here it's a different hierarchy. So there is no common hierarchy. So in that case, what happens is, based on the denial priority, since rights denied take precedence, that particular right would be denied to this user. So in case of conflict, the denied rights would take precedence, and the given right would be denied to a user if the user is part of two different groups which are not part of a single hierarchy. Now coming to type specific rights, these rights are specific to various object types such as crystal reports, web intelligence reports, Lumira documents, etc. So in this case, what happens if at the folder 1 level, if right 3 is denied to a group, and at the folder 2 level, if the same right is granted for crystal reports. So here we are granting the right for crystal reports, and overall we are denying the rights for overall rights are denied, but for crystal reports we are granting this right at folder 2 level. In this case, what happens, a user part of this group would have the right 3 as granted for crystal reports, and for the rest of the objects such as dashboard, web intelligence reports, and other universes, this particular right would be denied. So this is, this slide talks about type specific rights, which are, here we are talking about object types. So when we have, again, we are specifying rights at object level, the rights would be, as per the object that we have selected. So in this case, we have, selected for the crystal reports, we have granted the access, and for the other, other objects, we have denied the rights. So the except for crystal reports, for all the other objects that are available in the CMC, this particular right would be denied. Coming to inheritance, when we break the inheritance, so we have seen wherein we can break the inheritance and we can assign rights specific to a particular user. So in that case, what happens is there is no, the inheritance would be broken completely, and there is no option for, some of the rights would be based on inheritance, and some of the rights would be based on the individual rights. So there is no option for partial inheritance. Inheritance, if it is broken completely. And we have another option wherein we can have the inheritance available and also granular rights. So in that case, as I mentioned, the inheritance would be there intact, but we can also specify, or we can grant or deny certain rights at the object level. So in that case, the inheritance is not broken, inheritance would be intact, and we also have the rights, combination of inheritance rights and granular rights. In this section, let's look at rights, access levels, and implementation of security in central management console. So in the CMC, we can go to users and groups to create users, and to create group, and assign the user to a group. So let's create a user. So I'm creating a user as VO demo 1, and we can fill the rest of the details, such as the full name, email, description if required. I have kept the password same as the user account. So when I click create, here we can see that the user VO demo 1 has been created, and we can close this page. And here we can see the user VO demo 1. Let's create a group with the same name. So I'm creating a group with the name VO demo 1, and I'm assigning the user VO demo 1 to this group. So when we click on add members to group, it opens the add members to group page, and here we have the list of user accounts. And here I am assigning the VO demo 1 user to this group. So select the user account and click on add to selection button. The user will be added to selected users or groups, and click OK. Now we can see that the group VO demo 1 has, it has the user account VO demo 1. Now let's go to folders, and let's look at the root folder access level. So if we go to the user security, here we can see that the users who have access to the root folder. So list of user accounts. Here we have the administrators group. Here we can see that the type of the account, and the type of the access they have. And then these are user groups. Here we can see that the type is user. Then we have the data insight analyst and everyone. So all these user accounts and user groups have access, and they have different access here. Access levels are advanced for administrators, then inherited rights for BO user 1. User 2 is assigned at access level of full control. Then data insight user, it does not have any access. Everyone, the group, everyone have advanced access level. Advanced is access level that is defined, with individual rights. It is not a access level, whereas the full control is the access level. And now let me create a folder. So here I can create a folder, right clicking on all folders and selecting the new menu and selecting the folder. So I am creating folder with the same name, VO demo 1. Now this new folder is created. We can see the folder under all folders, and let's look at the security on this folder. So we can right click and select the user security menu. Here we can see that the root folder access levels are by default applied on this folder as well. So here we have administrators is the user group, then view user 1, user 2, these are the user accounts. Then there are two groups, data insight analyst and everyone. So the access levels that were available at the root folder level have been applied on the new folder as well. So now let's go to the access levels on this root folder level. and we can view the access levels. For example, here we view this. To view the security, we can select the principal. So here principal could be any user account or user group, and click on view security. Now we can look at the individual rights at granular level and see the access level. Now, if we look at the rights, here we can see that the scope is selected as objects and sub-objects. And hence we can see that even the new folder that is created have the same access that is available at the root folder level access. Since this has been applied on both the folder and the subfolder level. So we can filter this, the object level, sub-object level, so we can filter and view the access level. So here if we look at the source, we can see that it's all full control, which is nothing but the predefined access levels that is available in the BI platform. And we also have, there is a granular access. So this access is defined at the root folder level, and hence we can see that the source is mentioned as granular. So this is not part of the full control access level. So there could be rights which can be assigned at granular level, and we can assign those rights without breaking the inheritance. So since this is the root folder, we don't have inheritance concept here, but there is option to maintain the inheritance and also to define rights at the user account level. Now the rest of the, for example, if we look at the group everyone, let's look at the security for this. And here we can see that it has only one access right, which is granular right, and the access right that is available is delete objects is denied. This access is denied, and it is applied only to object level. That is why when we look at the rights at the folder level, new folder level, we can see that for every one group, the access has been created as no access. If we view the security, we can see that all the access levels that are applied for this group are unspecified. That's why we see that the access level is, it is appearing as no access for this group. Since at the root folder level, it has granular access level, and there is only one right, and that is also applied at the group level. It's not applied to the subgroup level. That's why the subfolder do not have the same access level, whereas it has all unspecified rights. That is why we see that the no access is available in the access column. As I mentioned, every user will be part of the group everyone. So we in combination with this group, we generally create rights so that there are no conflicts. When we create the access level as unspecified for the everyone group, a new user will not be having access to all the objects or elements in the central management console or the BI platform in general. But when we assign the user to a group, and when we assign rights to that group, we have in this group everyone group unspecified and granted rights in the second group. So the combination would be granted, the rights would be granted to that particular user. Now let me add a report to this folder. So we can see the BO demo 1 folder, and I'm adding a report to this. Now we can see that if we refresh this page, we can see there is a report available under this folder. Now let's look at access levels that are available by default. We can go to access levels by selecting access levels from the drop down. And here we have, let me delete this. Here we have the full control, the schedule, the access level of view, and view on demand, which are the default access levels that are available in the central management console. And we can see that there is some full control, owner, test, and there is some access levels. These are all created by some users in BI platform. And the predefined access levels are full control, schedule, view, and view on demand. So as I mentioned, each one of them have different rights in the increasing order of security. So view have the least level of security, and full control has the highest level of security. If we want to look at the security that has been assigned in each of these access levels, we can select the access level and go to action in the menu and select the included rights. Here we can see the rights that have been available for this full control access level. So we can see that at individual rights, the rights that are assigned. So at application level, then we can see the type of right and the name of the right. and the status, and whether it is applied to only the object level or sub-object level. So in central management console, so all the elements are called as objects. So the folders are called as objects, the groups are called as objects, the reports are called as objects. So all the elements are in general called as objects. Now at the application level, so analysis edition for OLAP is an application in the BI platform. These are the rights that are assigned, and there's also the BI Launchpad application. So these are the different rights assigned to this access level. Then there is central management console application. Then the system rights, which are like connection, and content rights, which are part of the result reports. So these are all the rights that are assigned. So we can see that all the status as green and with check mark. So these are the granted rights. If there are any denied rights, we can view here. So there are no denied rights for this user for this access level. So here we can see that the Bex web application rights are not specified. So when we use this access level full control, these rights are not specified, and we can also look at the rights if there are any more. So here we can see that there are some rights which are left as unspecified, and if we assign this access level, the rights by default are denied. For example, if for the crystal reports, print the reports data, so this which is owner right, which means the right available to the user who has created the report. This right is left unspecified, and if a user has some other access level where he is assigned with this right, the combination would be granted rights. Since here it is left as unspecified, and if he belongs to only one account, one group which have this access level assigned full control access level, then he would not be able to perform this operation. Whereas if he is also part of another group and where he is granted with this right, so it would be granted plus unspecified, which would be ultimately the result would be granted. So that's how we play around with rights, and we control the security. There are a lot of rights which have been left as unspecified, and if we look at the view access level, so here we can see that even this have lot of unspecified rights. Let's look at the denied rights if there are any. So there are no denied rights in this access level. Let's look at the unspecified rights. So here there could be more unspecified rights. So here we can see that the web intelligence, the installation, the send by email or remove document security, all these options are unspecified. So when we assign the view right to any group, they would not be able to perform these operations in the web intelligence rich client or web intelligence via Launchpad. They should be part of another group which have the access levels as granted if we want those users to perform the action, or we have to change the access levels to full control or schedule whichever access level have the rights. Now we can create a new access level from here. In this page, we have the option create an access level. Let's say I want to provide a name as PO demo access level and click OK. Now a new access level is created. Now we can assign the rights. In this access level, we can go to actions and we can click on included rights. And here we can see that add or remove rights button is enabled. So wherein we can, when we click on it, we can view the rights that are available for this access level, and we can assign the rights whichever we would like, for this access level. So delete objects, if we do not want a user to perform, we can select that. We have the options here. The green check mark is granted, the red cross mark is denied, and the triangular, yellow color question mark icon is unspecified. Again, here we can assign to the object or to the sub object. So when we select sub object, if we are assigning at folder level, even the subfolder would be provided with this same access. And if we are granting if we are providing this access level on the user group, so all the users also will have the same access level. Or if there is a subgroup under the user group, even the user group would have the same access if we apply, we select this apply to sub object option here. So I want to deny the delete object rights, so we can do that. And if we do not want the sub objects to have the same rights, we can uncheck this. Then let's look at the view rights. So view objects, I want to provide the access, and we can control the different access rights related to content, wherein we can select the applications, and for example here, if I want to select the web intelligence application, here we have rights related to the web intelligence, edit query, owner right. So here we have the refresh list of values. So all this can be selected since the users part of this part of the web intelligence perform all of these operations. And we can also select the general rights for web intelligence. So here also I'm denying the rights of delete objects so that users do not accidentally delete any object from the BI platform. And here I'm also giving the view objects rights. Now a new access level is created, and we can view the rights that are assigned and that are granted and denied from this in this add or remove rights. And here we can filter on each level. So when I click no filter, all the rights would be appearing in this page. And if I select assigned rights, all the rights that are assigned, whether granted or denied, would be available. And only granted rights also we can see. And we can also view the unassigned rights which are not assigned, which are not either granted or denied. So again, we can also sort by type or by right name. So we can view in all these fashion the rights that are available for this in this the access level. Let me recreate a user account. So here I'm creating a user account with the name your demo to specify that this is user account, and I'm using the same password, and click on create. The bio demo user is created. Now we can close this page and let us create a group with the same name, bio demo J group. Now let us add the user account to this group, the bio demo U, and let us create a folder, bio demo F for folder. Now if we look at the root folder level access, so here we can see that the new access, the new user or group is not provided with any access level at the root folder. And in the same way, for the the subfolder, we will not be able to see the new user or group having access, since at root folder level they are not provided with any access. So we will not be able to see them at the folder level as well. Now to provide access to the new group, first we have to provide the access at the root folder level. So we can click on the all folders, go to manage, and we can select any of these options and go to user security. And here we can click on add principals. In central management console, principals is nothing but a user account or a group account. So we can click on add principals, and we can provide the access at user level or group level. Let's go with the group level. So from the group list, select the bio demo G and click on add and assign security. So here let us provide the full control. So I'm using the default security full control, and click on add to selection. The access level is available in the assigned access levels box. Now click OK. Now we can see that the full control access is available at the root folder level for the user group bio demo G. Now let us look at the access level at this folder level. So here we can see that the user group that we have created, it got the full control, and the access level is inherited. So we can see that inherited in the brackets. Now if we look at if we click on assign security, here we can see that the full control is not available under the assigned access levels. So which means that the access levels are inherited. So here we can see that inherit from parent folder and inherit from parent group. So here we have the access levels are inherited from the parent folder, which is root folder. And if we provide access here, if I select the full control, now the access would be available as full control without inherited. So here we can see that inherited is not available, which means that access levels are provided at this folder level, bio demo F folder level. We can view the access rights at granular level. So these are the rights that are provided to this group. Now Since we have provided access at this folder level, let us log into the BI Launchpad. Let me save a report in the new folder that is created. So here I'm saving a report in the new folder as report, name of the report as report. And if we refresh this folder in the CMC, we can view this report. And let us log into the BI Launchpad using the new user that we have created, your demo U. Since I have given the same password, I'm using the same password as the username. And now once we have logged in, we can go to documents and we can view the folders. So here we can see that the folders, since at the root folder, the full control access is given to the group. So the user from part of that group can view all the folders available in the BI platform. Now, if we go to BO demo F with this user ID, which the one we have created, we can view this report. Now let us open this report. Here the report has opened, but we can see that the report design. So this is when we have edit rights to this user, use this the design button would be enabled. So the user does not have the edit rights of this report. He can only view the report. Now let us see what all rights are required to edit the report. Now, actually, we have to go to applications and we have to handle the access levels for applications. Here we have the BI Launchpad. If we look at the access levels for this application, we can go to select the application, go to manage, and click on user security. So here we can see that the group is not available that the BO demo U is part of, but still we could log into BI Launchpad with this user account since the view access is provided to the group everyone. That is why we could log into BI Launchpad and view the report. Now, to be able to modify the report, we should add the modify access to this group. So here we can click on add principals, click on group list, and select the group and click on add and assign security. So here I'm selecting the full control. Now this user account have this group have user group account full control access. Now let us log into the BI Launchpad again with the same user account. Now if we view the report, we can see that still we don't have the design button enabled. So which means the access is this access is not sufficient. We have to have some more access. So for that we have to go to Web Intelligence application, click on manage and click on user security. And here we can see that again here we have the access as view for the group everyone. So we have to add the group BO demo G to this. We have to add this group and provide security so that the group have the edit privileges. So here I'm again selecting the full control and click OK, and we can see that for this group again full control access is available. Now, since this report is Web Intelligence report, the user with this user we are not able to modify the report. So now we got the privileges to modify the report. So we can log into the BI Launchpad again, and we can go to the folder BO demo F, and now we can open this report. And here we can see that the design button is enabled. By clicking on it, we can see that we can modify this report. We have the option to modify this report. If I want to add or if I want to remove any of the objects, so I can remove this column and I can save it. Now we can see that the year column is deleted from the report, and we can see that we have modified the report using BI Launchpad. So this is how for making for having privileges we have to go to all the related applications and provide the required access. Now let us go to the again the folder level access. So here we can see that for this group we have provided the full control. So this is the access level that is available by default. So we can view all the rights by clicking on full control. So here we can see the rights that are assigned based on the content and application. So here we can see that content rights, and then there is application rights. the general rights, and then there is also the application level rights. So we can filter here content, general, and system. So all those kinds of rights are available, and the kind of the type of the application. So we have crystal reports, desktop intelligence, and then full client, general, Lumira, web intelligence. So all these rights are available. The rights for which access is provided. All those applications are available here, and we can also view the unassigned rights. So here we can see that a lot of applications again are available which for which rights are not assigned. So we have again the crystal reports, desktop intelligence. There are some rights which are not you know assigned in this particular access level. Now we can modify the access level to provide explicit rights which are not available in the access level that is provided here. So we can go to assign security and go to advanced. So here when we go to advanced tab, we have the add or remove rights, and here we can specify the rights that we want to explicitly grant or deny. For example, for web intelligence, I want to deny some of the rights. Let's say edit query or edit query owner right. I want to deny these two rights and click OK. Now we can see that these two rights are denied, and click apply and click OK. And now we can see that the access type is modified to advanced. Now we don't have the full control. So advanced is something which is provided at granular level. So when I click on advanced, we can view the access levels that are available here. So here we can filter by status. So you can see the denied rights. There are two rights that we have denied, and it says source as granular. And we can also view the granted rights. And here the source, we can see that it's full control. So here we can also see that the assigned access is full control and granular rights. So these two rights are assigned here at this level. So we can in this way we can assign the rights at the the advanced rights, which is combination of both the available access level and also granular level. Similarly for inherited also, so in the case of inherited also, we can assign the rights. So here we can modify the rights, for example. So here I can click on assign right, and I can remove the full control, and we have in the advanced tab we have assigned some rights. Click apply and click OK. Now when we click on advanced, we can see that full control is inherited. So since the root folder have the full control, and we did not assign any access level at the this group level, we have the access inherited because the inherit from parent folder and inherit from parent group, these two options are checked here. Since the parent folder have the full control rights, the full control rights are inherited. Apart from them, there are some rights which are provided at this level, at this group level. So we can see the granular rights and also the full control inherited rights. So this is how we can modify the rights, and we can make use of both the inherited and also the granular rights. Now, if we want to break the inheritance, so we have the option. So when we have to go to user security and select the group for which we want to break the inheritance, then click on assign security and uncheck the inherit from parent folder and inherit from parent group. So now we have broken the inheritance in the both formats, the folder and group format, and we are providing access at the we can select the predefined access level, or we can provide the granular level. So when we go to granular level, we can go to advanced tab and click on add or remove rights, and we can select the options that we want to provide to this user or user group. So here we can provide the access which are required, and web intelligence also we can deny some rights, or based on the requirement that we have, we can provide the access. So we have objects, I'm providing it here. Now we can see that these are not inherited rights, and these are the rights that are provided at this group level. So when we can see the advanced text here, which means that the rights are provided at this group level on this folder, and the rights are not inherited. So here we can see that the source as granular, since we have provided the rights at at this group, on this group to this folder without inheritance. So this is how we can break the inheritance, and we can create a new, altogether we can assign rights at the folder level and group level. Again, as I mentioned, when we break the inheritance, there is no option, to for some of the rights to be inherited and some rights to be, granular. So all the rights would be granular. We do not have partial inheritance option in the business object. So when we uncheck the inheritance from parent folder and parent group, so all the inheritance would be broken. So we have to we have to assign the granular rights. We do not have the option of inheritance anymore. But if we maintain the inheritance, we can still provide the granular rights. So in that case, we have the combination of inheritance and granular rights. But when we break the inheritance, there is no option of inheritance at all. It's all, either we provide the access level created, access level available in the BI platform, either the default or newly created, or we have to create, we have to provide the granular rights. So here we can also assign the rights that we have created at the BO demo access control list that we have created, and we can click OK, and here we can see that if we click on advanced, we can see that for some of the rights, the source is defined as the BO demo account access control list. So from there we are fetching some of the rights. Let's look at rights override. For example, if we have rights assigned at the folder level, here we have the rights, the rights. If we look at the rights, we can see that the web intelligence reports. So the edit query rights are assigned here, or in general, the edit rights are assigned here. So if we look at the general rights, we can see that edit objects are assigned. Now we have the edit rights on the web intelligence reports. If we look at, if we go to the applications and go to the web intelligence, for this group, the edit reports rights are available. So here we can see that if we filter with web intelligence and we sort, and we can see that on the right name we can see for the general rights. So here edit this object. So web intelligence object can be edited. So this group have the editing rights. Let's look at rights override. So here on this folder, your demo F, the user group have the edit rights. So if we look at the general rights, here we can see that edit object rights are available, and we can also go to this folder, your demo F, and we can edit this report. So if I open this report and if I remove this field from the report, and now if I save, we can see that the save option is enabled, and we can modify the report and save the report. Now, using rights override, we can deny the rights at the subfolder level. So if I create a right here, create a folder here. So I'm creating a subfolder, BO demo SF as subfolder, and I'm adding a report to this subfolder. So I'm adding the same report with different name. Let's say report sample report. Now, by default, the security that is available on this subfolder would be the same security that is available on the main folder. So here, if we view the security, we can see that the general rights will have the edit object right checked. So here we can see that edit objects, it is granted. So green with check mark is granted, and we can go to the folder and we can modify the report as well. So if we go to this folder, the subfolder which is created newly, and we can open this report, and we can modify this report as well. I can remove again. I can click on design, select the column and remove this column, and I can save the report. Now this report is saved. We can save option is enabled here. Now if I reopen this report, we can see that the quarter column is not available. Now let's modify the use the rights override option and modify the security to deny the rights, the modify rights. So here I can go to click on the biodemo G user group, click on assign security, and go to advanced tab, click on add or remove rights, and in the content I can select web intelligence, and here in the general rights for web intelligence I can click on edit objects and click on deny rights. So I'm selecting the option, the cross mark with red color, so which is denying the rights of editing the web intelligence reports. Click OK and again click apply, click OK. Now we can see that the advanced text is available here, and we can waive the rights, denied rights, and edit objects rights are denied now to this group. Now we have overwritten the rights which are inherited from the parent folder. Now let's log in back to this folder and let's open the report again. So I can go to the subfolder and I can double click the report. The report gets opened, and now if I make any changes to this report, even if the design button is enabled, and if I add the quarter back to this report, and if I save, you can see that the save as window opened. So here we can, if we click on drop down, we can see that the save button is not enabled, but save as is enabled, and hence we cannot modify the report, but we can create a new report out of this report. So this is how the rights work. So for every action there are specific rights which we have to enable or disable based on our requirement. So this is an example of the rights override concept in the BI platform. So one thing to note here is, though the options are enabled, so they might not be working when we actually for example, in this case, when we are trying to save the report, we can see that the save option is disabled here, and we can do a save as, since the rights for save as are enabled for this group on the subfolder. Let's look at personal folders in this session. BI platform, it creates a folder for every user in the BI system, which is called as personal folder. When a user is created, a personal folder is created for the user, and the user will have at least view access to this folder. So this folder here, we can navigate to the personal folder of all the users by clicking on the personal folders link, or we can again navigate via the drop down that we have, or the link that is available at the left hand panel. So here the personal folders page is open, and we can see that every user have a folder created under personal folders. So here administrator, BO demo, BO user one, so on and so forth. So we can see that every user has a personal folder, and when we log into the BI Launchpad, we can see the personal folder. Here we have to go to documents, and we can see that under my documents there is my favorite folder, which is nothing but the personal folder in this central management console. Now I have logged in using BO user one, and we can see that there is tilde web intelligence folder, subfolder under it, and here we can see the same subfolder. So this subfolder is basically used to auto save web intelligence documents at regular intervals, and auto save documents will be deleted periodically as a maintenance process. So based on the settings that we have, when we are working with a report and at regular time intervals, the report will be auto saved. So it's not for all the reports, or it depends on the settings that we set up. So here we can see that there are some reports saved which are being worked by the respective user, and these reports will be deleted at regular intervals of time. Now we can also create folders under it. So we can right click and create a folder, and we can use the personal folders or my favorites for performing any ad hoc analysis in case we do not have permissions to do the same in public folders. So here, a lot of the times in production environments, we will not be having permissions to modify reports in the public folders. In that case, what we can do is we can make use of my favorites or personal folders, and we can create reports and do all the analysis. Generally, the my favorites folder will have all the permissions that wherein we can create report or modify report or perform all the development work we can do in my favorites. So we can make use of my favorites as a development work area and perform the analysis. And again, the reports that are available in my favorites or personal folders will not be available at the enterprise level. So we will not be able to create a report, save in my favorites, and expect it to be available for other users. So the my favorites of each user is restricted to the respective user, and other users will not be able to view them. For example, if I save this report in my favorites and make changes to this report, now this report is saved in my favorites, and this is not available to other users. So this change would not be available to any other user, since my favorites is something which is private to each of the user. We can assign all the security that we have seen till now, but again, lot of the times all the right privileges are provided in the my favorites or personal folders, so that users can have the privilege to work with the reports. So without any restrictions, they would be able to work with the reports. So all the rights privileges are available, and also modifying the reports here would not be impacting the actual reports in public folders. So the rights here are not restricted in general. So these users are they might not have logged in, so we do not see any of the subfolder under them. So some of them have the subfolder. So if we look at the list here, you can see that a lot of the users personal folders are available, and we can view the same users part of the BI platform. So if we go to users and groups page here, we can see that these are the list of users, and we can see the same number of personal folders available. So here we can see that there are 50 items again. So 50 personal folders are available. Categories are logical grouping of objects. We can create a category and add reports to it in BI platform. We can assign rights to it as well, and we can view the reports or refresh the reports via categories. But again, the categories do not store the physical report. The physical report is actually stored in folders, and the rights that are provided at folder level will be always taking precedence when compared to the rights that are available at the categories level. To go to categories, we can click on the categories link available in the CMC homepage. It opens the categories page, wherein we can see the category and the different categories that are available under categories folder here. And when we log into BI Launchpad, we can view the category as corporate category. So when I click on categories here, we can see that the corporate categories is available, which is nothing but the categories in the CMC. So when we view the categories in CMC, we have the name as categories, whereas when we log into BI Launchpad, we can see that the categories is renamed as corporate categories. And here we can see that the finance as the category under the corporate categories, and same finance is available under the categories in the CMC. We can add reports to the category. For example, I have a report in my documents. I can select this report, right click and click on categories, and we can go to corporate categories and select the category finance, then click OK. Now the report is added to categories. We can go to categories, and we can navigate to finance, and we can see the report that is available here. So we can perform all the operations that we can do on reports that are stored in folder. We have all the menu. So we can view the report or we can refresh the report. So we can perform all of those operations. And we should not delete report from the category, when we delete the report from category, the report gets deleted from the root from the folder in which the report is available. But it is always, the projects generally do not make use of categories and do the segregation of reports. It's always the folder takes precedence. So folders or the primary classification of the reports. So folders are created based on the reports classification, and reports are saved accordingly. The categories are options to extra option to segregate the reports, but they're not advisable to use. So in a lot of projects, even the categories are not available at all. They would be available, but they are not, they are not, permissions are not granted to view categories and to create categories or add reports to the categories. Now to remove the report from the category, we can select the report and right click and click on categories, and go to the category in which the report is available and deselect it. So click on finance, and finance gets deselected. Click OK. Now we can see that there is no report under finance category. But we can see that in my documents, we have the reports available. So this is all about categories. Let's look at personal categories. So when we go to CMC homepage, we have the personal categories which are available after the categories link. So we can see that all the users who are part of the BI platform have personal categories created by default. This is similar to personal folders. So these are available only to the user for whom the categories are created. So the personal categories are created with the name of the user account. And then when we log into BI Launchpad, the personal categories are available as personal categories under my favorites folder. So again, they also work in a similar fashion. So here they do not hold the physical report. Physical report would be available in the folder, and personal categories are only categorization of the reports. They are not actual reports. The rights that are available in at the folder level are the ultimate rights. So we can add this to categories, and I can select the personal categories and click OK. And we can see that under personal categories, this report is available, and we can perform all of the operations that we generally do with reports in the folder. So these are similar to personal folders, which appear as my favorites here. So for every user, we will have the personal categories, which is available as personal categories. We can see that all the users have the personal categories with the same name as the user account. Whereas when we log into BI Launchpad, the same category would be available as personal categories. So here we can see the user list, and then we can see that there are equal number of personal categories. So here it shows 50 items, and when we go to users and groups, so here we can see that when we navigate to the user list, there are total 50 items. So there is no second page for this user list, and we can view the same number of categories. Total is 50 items, and there is no second page for personal category. So the user list matches in both, and the personal categories are listed with the user account names. And again, if we delete the report from the folder gets deleted. So we should be careful while dealing with the categories, and also to remove from the personal category, we can deselect and click OK. And we can see that the report is not available anymore in personal category, but the report is available in the my favorites. So we can also store the reports in categories, or categorize the report based on the categories that are available, or personal category. We can save it to personal category in a similar manner. So we can select the report, right click, and click on categories, then select personal category. Now we can see that the report is available in personal category, the sample report, and we can remove from the personal category in the similar fashion. Right click categories and deselect the category. And now we can see that report is not available under personal categories. We can also add this report to the corporate categories. Now we can see the report available under finance, which is available under the corporate categories, and we can again remove this report from the corporate category, and here we can select the report, right click on categories, then deselect the category finance, and we can see that the report is not available under corporate categories, but it would be available under the folder. So from folder, it is not removed. But if we delete the report also gets deleted from the folder. So we should be careful when we are dealing with the categories, and when we are trying to delete the report. So this is all about the categories and personal categories. Let's look at inbox in central management console. Every user in BI system will have an inbox created by default. We can view the inbox of all the users from CMC by clicking on inboxes link in the organize section of the CMC homepage. When I click on inboxes, it opens the inboxes page wherein we can view inbox of all the users, and the inbox have the same name as the user account name. So here we have the administrator, BO demo, BO user one, and the list of all the users who are part of the BI platform have inboxes with the same account name. We can send a report to inbox. We can schedule the report to inbox. We have the option, and we can also run the reports in inbox. We can perform, we can also edit objects or edit reports in inbox, provided we have enough privileges to do so. Generally, users will have all rights in their own inbox. And again, similar to personal folders, the inboxes are private to each user, which means a user can only view the inbox of his own account. He would not be able to view the inbox of other users. But from central management console, users having admin privileges can view the inbox of all the users. When we log into BI Launchpad, we can go to documents, and we can go to my documents, wherein we can see the inbox, and we can click on the inbox and view the content of the inbox. Now to send a report to inbox, we can go to the report, select the report, and from send menu we can click on BI inbox. It opens the send sample report to report name is a sample report to BI inbox, and here we can select the user from the list. So I'm selecting two users and click on send. Now let's go to BI inbox, and here we can see that this inbox have received a report, and we can double click on the report to open it. So we can see the report here, and we can refresh this report. We can perform all the operations, and this edited report will be available only in this inbox. So it is something like private space, wherein we have the options from when we schedule reports, we can schedule reports to inbox as well, that we will see in scheduling section. So let's log into the BO demo user, and we can see that even this user have received the report. So we can go to documents, we can go to inbox, and here we can see that there is a report, sample report, and we can open this report and view the data. So generally, scheduled reports are one of the option of destination is the users inbox. So we can select users inbox, and the scheduled report can be sent to the different users who are part of the BI system and who are the intended user list. So who are part of the intended user list, we can send the scheduled reports to the users using the inbox option. So here we can view the account having with when we log in with account having administrator privileges, we can view the inbox contents of all the users, and here we can see that the reports are available in these two inbox of these two users. We can manage universes in the BI platform using universes link. The link is available under organize section of the CMC homepage. When we click on universes link, it opens the universes page, wherein there are two views. One is the universes list, which is logical view of all the universes present in the BI platform. It lists all of the universes that are available currently in the BI platform. Here we have the name of the universe, title, then the type of the universe, which displays whether the universe is created using universe design tool, which have the extension .unv, or the information design tool, which have the extension .unx. So the default universe is, the extension is .unv, so it is not displayed. Whereas when we create the universe using information design tool, we can see that .unx is displayed in the universes page. Then there is description available. If description is present in the universe, the same thing is available here. Then the path, which displays the path in the central management console. Then the date modified, which displays the universe last modified. The next option is universes folder, which is the physical location of the universes. And this universes folder is created by default when we install the BI platform. So under this folder, there are different folders created, and based on the organizational structure or organizational requirement, the universes are managed using the folders that we have for each of the business unit or department. So it becomes easy for managing. We can assign the same security level that we have seen on the folders for the reports. So here we can navigate to each of the folder and we can view the universes that are available under the folder. So when we go to BO universes, we can see that there are a lot of universes available under it, and all of these universes can be managed using BO universes folder. Here we can manage, we can provide the security similar to the folder level security that we have seen by navigating to folders in the CMC homepage. So here we can go to manage and we can click on user security, and we can assign groups or users with access to modify or to view the universes under this folder, to modify the universes, or to work with universes basically. So here the steps are same. We can click on add principals to add user or group. We can view security or assign security the same way that we have seen on the security, on providing security at folder level. We can similarly provide security for the universe. So these are all the universes that are available. So we can go to each of the universes and we can try to understand about universes. So at folder level, let's look at other options. We can see that there is the option to create a new folder from the manage menu, which creates a folder under the folder that is selected, and user security. This is to provide privileges. Then top level security. This is the security that is provided at the universes folder. Then we have the refresh to view latest. If there are any universes migrated currently, we can view those. And tools. Then in the tools menu, there is again check relationships. This is to understand, how this universe is related to, or to how many reports this universe is related to. And apart from that, it also displays all the folders and which have the links, universes, everything. So if we look at, so if I look at the relationships of this universe, it opens the query results, wherein we can see that the first relation that it has is with BO universe, which is folder. So here we can see the type of element or object that is, that the each of the object is. So first object is of type folder, and club is the connection. So we can see that second object is connection. Then there is the platform search, then sample report. So these two reports have the universe, this universe is being used in these two reports, sample report and sample report. So we can see the object type, and also we can see the path where the object is available. So here these reports are available under user folders and BO user one. Then the universes folder is available under universes, then connection is available under the connections folder. So this is how the query results work. Let's go back to universes. So here we can see that a couple of universes are stored under the universes folder itself. So we can also store the universes or export the universes to the default folder that is created when we install the BI platform. We can also assign security at universes, each of the universe levels. But again, as I mentioned, we do not usually manage security at each object level. We manage it at folder level, so that we can easily manage for a group of users. It becomes easier to manage the security for a group of users, so that we have less maintenance and less task when we try to modify the rights of a group compared to modifying rights of a user. Then let's look at the other menu, actions menu. So here we have universe security. Using this option, we can set up the object level security. This is one of the the security that is available in the universe, apart from the other securities that we set up at the universe level. So using this option, we have the in the universe we have each of the object can be defined with different security level. So we can set up the security by creating different levels of objects and assigning universe security in the CMC. So for example, here if I select the fashion universe and I click on actions and universe security, here we can see that universe security page is available, and here we have the default users or default groups which already have the inherited security. Now we can add a user or group and select and assign security. For example, if I select this user and I can set up the security at the from selecting the option from object level security. So here this is the increasing order of security. So the default is public, which means all the it's the least secure. So all the objects which are created using this object definition can be viewed by this user. And if I select control, all the objects which are defined as control and also public, so both can be viewed. So this is how the security the is defined. So restricted user can view all the restricted objects, control objects, and public. Similarly, the private the user whose object level security is defined as private can view all the all the objects in the universe. So this is increasing level of security, and we can assign security using this option. So if I select the confidential and update it, so now we can see this particular user can view all the objects that are defined as confidential in the universe, and also the restricted, control, public. So all these four kind of objects this user can see, use or see or use while creating reports. So this is one level of security that is works in combination with the CMC and also the universe design tool, which we can make use of. But as I mentioned, it's always folder level security that is used mostly. So this can be used, but again it is advisable to follow one level of security so that we have uniformity across across the organization. Next we have the organize. So using organize, we can move the universes to other other folders or other other location. So if I select universe and move to some other folder, we can do so. So here I'm saying move to, let's set samples. So click on move. Now this universe has moved to samples, and if any changes are required to this universe, this has to be imported from samples folder, and then the changes have to be made, and it has to be exported back to samples folder. So again, all the security that is available on the BO universes folder will be lost, and all the security that is available on the samples folder will be applied on this universe, since we have moved it to the samples folder. The rest are again, these are all the menus using which we can again perform all the operations that we have seen using the menu bar. So manage user security, we can navigate via manage and click on user security from the menu bar. So here directly we can also go using the user security icon. Let's see options here. So when I click on a particular universe, we have all the options again, so that we have seen. And here we have organized to move the universe from across different folders we can move. So all these menus are available from the menu bar or from the from the toolbar that is available. So or the icons that are available in a second section. So that's all about universes. We can manage connections by going to connections link in the CMC homepage. When we click on connections link, it opens the connections page, wherein there are two views again. One is connections list, which displays all the connections that are available in the BI platform. And there is connections folder, which is created by default when the BI platform is installed. The common connections under connections folder is also created by default when we install the BI platform. These connections are used for creating universes, in the BI platform. Generally, connections are created in folders as per organizational requirements. So when you have a department or a group, and a folder is created with that name or with department name or group name, and then all the connections created for that particular department are saved in the department, in the folder that is created specific to your department. We can manage the connections similar to the connections that similar to the folders that we have seen, or universes that we have seen. So again, we have the security setup at the root folder level. Then we can set up the security at individual folder level, and we have the hierarchy, and the rest of the security is similar to the folder management or group management. We have the hierarchy at folder level and group level. So the security setup is similar. We can click on connections, and we can go to manage, and we can click on user security, and we can manage the security similar to the folder level security. Now before that, when we click on connections list, it opens the connections page where we have title, which is the name of the connection, and type. Here we have OLAP connection and relational connection supported by the BI platform. Then the description, if there is any description provided while creating the connection, we can see the same here under description column. Then the path specifies the folder location where the connection is saved. So we can see that some of the connections are saved under connections folder, some are available under different folders that are present in the BI platform. Then the date modified displays the date when was the connection last modified. We can go to folders, and even in folders view, we can see the same details: title, which is name of the connection, type, description, and date modified. And the folder view is the one where the security is applied. The connections list view, it only displays the list of connections available in the BI platform, whereas the folders are the ones where the security is set up on each of the connection. We can also set up the connection at the connection level, but again it's always advisable to manage connections at folder level, so that it becomes easier in maintenance. Let's go to the manage menu, and see the different options that are available. So when we go to manage, we have the new, which allows us to create the folder, and properties, which opens the properties page where the name of the connections is available, and the ID CUID, which is used for internal auditing, and then description if it is if there is any, and then created and modified. So it gives the audit details. Now the next menu option, user security, which contains wherein we can manage the security. We can assign privileges to users or groups to this connection. So here we can click on add principals, and we can follow the rest of the process, wherein we have seen the process in folder management. Similar to that, we can provide the security to the users. For example, here we can see that view user to, if it has the full control which is inherited, we can see the security, and we can see the privileges, access privileges. And if we do not want this user to have the access, we can remove the uncheck the inherit from parent folder and parent group. Since no access level is defined for this user, the security is inherited. So I'm removing inheritance and click apply, then click OK. And here it says no access level or rights are explicitly assigned. Do you want to continue? Click OK. So we can see that no access is defined for this user. So this user will not be able to use the connections that are created in common connections folder. And then we can also view the connections, so the relationship between connections and other the other objects in the CMC. So for example, here, if I want to see the SQL server, there's a connection. So I want to see what all, which all objects are related to this, are linked to this. We can go to right click, and we can go to tools, and we can click on check relationships. So it creates a query, and it displays all the objects in the CMC which have linked with this connection. So here we can see that the connections object have linked with it, and it is a folder. So type describes what is it. So here it is a folder. Under folder connections, this connection is saved. Then the next one is demo universe, which is nothing but universe object, and we can see that the name of the object and the path. Then the EMP is also a universe, and it is saved under universes and then view universes folder. So this is how we can find the relationship of the connection with other objects in the CMC. So let's go back to connection, and let's look at other options that we have. So these are again same properties or rights. Top level security is assigned when we check on that. It is assigned at the connections level. Then next is refresh and delete. So we can delete the folder itself, or we can refresh to see if any new connection is added currently. So you can click on delete to delete the folder itself. So all the connections under it will be deleted. Then we have organize. So we can move the folder to different folders, or we can make it as a subfolder to other folders. Let's look at the options with respect to the individual connections. So here we have let's go to SQL Server, and if I right click, and we can see that properties again displays the details about the connection. When was it created and when was it last modified? Then we have the user security. So this is at individual level. So here we can define security at the connection level. If we go to folder and go to user security, that is at folder level, whereas here by directly clicking on connection, we are setting up security at the individual connection level. Then we have a new menu using which we can create a new folder, and tools to check the relationships of this connection, and organize is to move the connection to other folders, and delete is to delete the individual connection. So we can delete the connection by selecting the delete menu once we right click on the connection. Again, we can perform all of these operations by the toolbar that is available. So here we have manage user security, then properties. So again, it opens the same page, properties page or user security page, using which we can manage the connection. To create a report for a user, or to refresh a report, the user has to be given permission at universe level, at connection level, at folder level. So all of the permissions should be available for the user, and also he should be able to log into BI Launchpad. So all these 4 permissions should be available for a user to refresh a report, or to run a report, or to create a report, to work with report basically. So all these objects permission should be provided to a user. That's all about connections. Two important terminology with respect to server management in BI platform include servers and services. Let's look at what are servers and what are services. Now coming to servers, a server is a process at the operating system level that hosts one or more services. For example, central management server, adaptive processing server are the servers, and they can host one or more than one service. And the servers run at the operating system level, and they have their own process IDs. Now coming to services, a service is a part of the server subsystem which performs a specific function. For example, Web Intelligence Scheduling Service, which is part of Adaptive Job Service, it performs the scheduling services. And the services run under the process ID of the parent container, which is nothing but the server. So using CMC servers link, we can perform the server management. We also have the option to perform server management from the central configuration manager. We can go to servers page by clicking on the servers link that is available under organize section in the CMC homepage, or we can also select the servers menu from the drop down, and we also have the option to click on the servers icon that is available on the left hand side panel. When we go to servers page, we can view the servers in different perspective. Here we have servers list, which provides the list of servers which are part of the BI platform. Then there is server groups list, which provides all the groups that are available currently in the installation. The next is servers groups in hierarchical format, wherein we can view the server groups along with the servers associated with each group. Whereas the server groups list only provides us the server groups present currently in the BI platform. Server groups view, it provides us the view of the server group along with the servers associated with each group. The next is nodes. It displays list of nodes that are configured in the BI platform currently. So here we can see that there is a single node in this installation, and all the servers that are present in the BI platform currently are associated with this single node. We can also have multiple nodes, and we can create multiple servers and associate servers to different nodes in the BI platform. The next is service categories. The categorization based on services is also available. We can also click on each of the service, and we can view the server which are part of the different services that are present in the BI platform. Now the next view that is available is server status. So here there are three status: running, stopped, and other. So we can click on the each of the status, and we can view the servers which are currently having the status that we have clicked on. So we can view all the running status servers when we click on running, and when we click on stop, we can view all the servers which are stopped currently. And then there is other status, which apart from running and stop, we can view the servers which have any other status. Now let's look at the different details that are available in the servers page. So when we click on servers list, we can view all the servers part of the BI platform, irrespective of the group or nodes. So here we have the server page wherein we have the server name, which is which provides the name of the server. Then there is state, which provides the current status of the server, which could be running, stopped, or any other status that we have. For example, here we have a status running with errors. Then there is enabled column, which contains the details of whether the server is currently enabled or disabled. So we can also disable server based on any based on any specific requirement wherein we have multiple servers, and we do not need all the servers at a given time, and we do not want to delete the server. We want to maintain it for later purpose. So we can disable the server, and we can still have the server in the servers list. Then there is tail column, which provides us a list of the servers which have the statuses. So when we say tail, if any changes are made to the server and we have to restart the server, those kind of servers are available. The status would be available under the state, this column, tail column. Then the type of server, the kind displays the type of server. There are different types of servers: job server, processing server, then central management server, connection server, so on and so forth. We have all those. Each of the server will be associated with a kind of server or a type of server, which will be displayed in this column. Then the host name. So when we have multiple installations, when we have installation on multiple systems, we have the different host name in this column. Currently, we have all the servers installed in this single machine, so we can see that all have the host name as local host. When the BI platform is installed on multiple servers, we can see different server names under the host name. Then there is health column, which provides us the information on the current status of the server. So here we can see that green, then there is red and yellow. Then there is process ID. As I mentioned, each server will be will have a process ID which runs at the operating system account level. So here we have the process ID for each of the servers which are running currently. Then there is description. If any description is provided to the server while creating the server, we can see those description in this column. Then the date modified displays the date when the server was last modified. So when we change any properties of the server, we can view those, the date when the changes were last applied to the server. Now, as part of the server management, we can perform a couple of tasks. So let's go to manage. So when we go to manage, we have in the manage menu, we can create new server or create a server group. Then there is properties. So we can view the properties of each of the servers by selecting the server and clicking on the manage menu and then selecting the properties option. So here we can see the name of the server, then ID and CUID, which is for internal tracking of BI platform. Then there is description provided. Then there are some parameters which are which can be configured. So we can change these settings if required, or we can retain the default settings. So based on any of the issue that we face, if any changes are required to this server, we can perform those changes in each of the options that are parameter options that are available here. So here we have the concurrent jobs, child request. So all this kind of options are available for each of the server, and we can, based on the best practices, we can change the settings. So these are all default settings that are available. So if any performance issue warrants any change to the server settings, we can do it here. Then coming to user security, this is same as the security that is available for each of the folder, universe, or reports. So here we can provide privileges to group or to any group or user to make changes to the server. Then the metrics, this information, this provides the metrics related to the information related to the current server. So here we have the name of the machine, server name, then the CPU's RAM. So those kind of information. Then there is auditing metrics. So all this kind of information will be available under metrics tab. So a lot of information is available for this, under the metrics tab for each of the server. We can find all of this information. Then coming to destination, since this is adaptive job server, which is used for scheduling purpose as well, we have different options to schedule. So here we can select the options and we can add the options which ultimately helps in scheduling. So we have the options of scheduling and sending a report to file system or FTP server, email or SFTP server. We can select these options and we can, for example, I can select the file system and I can click on add. So now we can see that the file system is added to the destination, and here we can specify the directory, default directory, and we can also specify the name generated. So all this kind of information can be selected here. We also have the option to add the email, and we can configure the email here. So email options we can configure by selecting the email in the destination. We also have the option for, we can also select the SFTP server and we can set up the settings for the server. Now coming to placeholders. Placeholders are node level variables which are used by the servers that are running on the node. So these are all node level variables. So here we have information on the for example, here we have the connection server directory, we have the path. So these are not editable, we cannot edit them directly, but we have using some programs we can edit these options, but direct editing of the placeholders is not possible. Then there is existing server group which contains the information related to the current server, to which group it belongs to. Here we can add this server to a group. This is similar to the user and groups, the adding users to a group. So here we can select any of the server and we can click on add to selection, and the server will be part of that particular group. So these are the options that are available for adaptive job server. So based on the type of server, the options could change. For example, destination would not be available for other types of server. If we look at the CMC, central management server, or connection server, we will not be able to see the destination since they are not used for the here we cannot see the destination because they are not, connection server is not used for scheduling purpose. So each server have a specific purpose, and therefore the options that are available for all the servers are not same. And here we can see that there are servers related to crystal reports, then there is dashboard, and then the input file repository server and web intelligence processing server. So servers are related to different multiple report elements. We have dashboards, we have crystal reports, we have web intelligence reports. So then there is connection, which is related to again universe. So there are different servers which perform different functionality, and the servers are available for different purpose. Then there is central management server, which is the core of the VI platform, which should be always it should be always up and running. Unless central management server is available, we will not be able to log into the BI platform, since it maintains and manages all of the security and configuration information. So it is the main server which has to be always active. In cases where we have multiple central management servers, in that case we can stop a central management server. So we should always have a backup central management server. Unless we have multiple central management server, we should not stop central management server. let's look at server creation process and server group creation process. So we can create server by clicking on the create a server icon that is available in the top, or we can also go to manage and click on new menu. It has the options to create new server or server group. So let us create a new server. Let us select the web intelligence services, and under it I want to create web intelligence processing server. So here I have selected web intelligence processing service. Click next and it opens the any additional services if it can handle. It provides a list. Here we don't have any additional services. Then click on next, and here we have to provide the name. So let me provide a name as, let me add a demo to it. We can provide a comment if required, and then click on create. Now we can see that a new server is created which has the demo as a name added to it. So when we create a server, it would be in disabled state and it would be in stopped position. So we have to enable it, and we have to start the server so that the server can be used by the BI platform. So to enable the server, you can select the server and click on the enable option that is available in the menu, or we can also right click, and so here we have the enable server option. So when we click on enable, the server gets enabled, and we can now start the server, and the server can be utilized by the web intelligence, the reports. So to start the server, we can select the server and click on the start icon that is available here, or we can also right click and select from menu. So I'm starting the server now. Now this server is getting started, and a process ID would be generated for it. So let us refresh this page, and now we can see that this server is in running state now, and it has the process ID generated, and it also has the description that we have provided, and we can see the date modified as July 17, which is today's date. So let's look at other options or let's look at creating a server group. So here I'm creating a server group. Let me add server group demo to the name so that we can delete it later. Now a server group is added. So here we can see that under server groups list, we can see server group demo is available. Now we can add the server that we have created, the new server that we have created to the group. Now to add the server to the new group that we have created, again we can do it via multiple ways. One of the option is to right click on the server, select the server, right click on the server, and we have add to server group menu, which opens the add to server group window, wherein we can select the server that we want to add the current servers. So we can select the group that we want to add the current server to, and click on add to selection button, and the server name would be available under selected server groups. So once the group name is available under the selected server groups, we can click OK. Now we can see that this server is added to the group that we have created as server group demo. So here when we click on the server group demo, it contains the server web intelligence processing server demo. So this way we can add the server to this group, and then let's look at other menu options that are available when we right click on the server. So when I right click on the server, so here we have the properties. So again, which opens the properties window, and wherein we can see all the the server name, the ID, CUID, which is used for internal auditing purpose, then the different parameters that are available on the server. So all these are default parameters which can be changed based on any performance issue and any recommendation provided by SAP. We can modify these parameters to for the server to work efficiently. Again, user securities to provide access to different groups or users to make changes to the server. Then again, it has the metrics option tab, then placeholders and existing server group. So here we can see that it is part of the server group demo, which is the name of the server group that we have created. Now the other options that we have is start server, using which we can start the server, or restart server if we make any changes to the server, and if we want to restart, we can use this menu option. Then stop server to stop the server, then the force termination, which is to the force termination, using which we can stop the server immediately. So when we stop the server using stop server, what happens is it will stop when it completes the current processing activities, whereas force termination will stop immediately without allowing it to complete the current activities which are being performed using this server. Then enable disable option, using which we can enable or disable the current server metrics and placeholders which we have already seen. Then the clone server, this option, if you want to create a server based on all the properties which are similar to the server that we have selected currently, we can use the clone server menu, and we can duplicate a new server with all the settings of the current server. Existing server groups, it provides a list of groups to which the server is associated to, and using add to server group, we can add the server to multiple groups as well. And edit common services. So using this option, we can edit the services which are associated with this server. So we can make any changes to any of these services which are supported by this server, and we can change the services, the default services or default settings for the services which are available currently. Next option is to create a new server or server group, and then there is tools, and tools menu have check relationships, which allows us to look at the relationship between this server and different elements which are part of the BI platform. So here when we click on check relationships, we can see that it has there are different objects in the CMC which are associated with this server, and we can see the type of objects. So here we have these are the services which are supported by this server, and then there is server group to which the server is associated, and the folder under which the server is created. Then there is another service, and there is node. So since we have single node, we can see that the same node is available here. Then there are some services, and then there is a service container as well. So these are all related to the link to this current server that we are seeing. So relationships will provide which all elements in the CMC are linked to the server. Going back to the servers page, so let's look at the other options which are part of the menu. So the next option is to delete option, using which we can delete the server, and if we do not want to use the server, we can delete the server using the delete menu. So we can also perform these actions by clicking on actions menu, and it opens a drop down which has all the menus that we have seen currently: start server, restart server, stop servers. Then there is enable disable metrics. So all of these options are available from actions menu also. So let's see the stale state. So when we make any changes to the server and it needs a restart, so during that time the status changes to stale. For example, on the server, the new server that we have created, I'm going to change some of the services, and here I want to change the Web Intelligence Core service. Select the service and click on or Web Intelligence Processing Service. Click on continue and make some change to it. For example, if I uncheck it here, the enable use of HTTP URL, and click OK. Now we can see that the stale flag is available here. So which says you must restart the server before changes will take effect. So we have to restart the server. Until then, we see the same stale state, since we have made changes, but we did not restart the server. So unless we restart the server, the changes that we have done will not be effective. So we can restart by right clicking and selecting the restart server menu. Now we can see that it has gone to stopping state now, and it is in initializing state now. We can refresh it, and we can see that it is running, and the stale state is not available anymore. The stale flag is not available. So whenever we make changes, it's better to stop the server and then make the changes and restart the server, so that the current processes which are being handled by the server are handled appropriately. Now coming to the process ID, so we can see the process ID of SIA, Server Intelligence Agent. So at the server level, we can click on we can open this task manager, and we can go to services, and here we can see that the Server Intelligence Agent, the process ID is available. So which is nothing but this is the parent process ID. So all the process IDs are associated with this. We can only view the parent process ID at the server level, at the operating system level. We can also install the Microsoft Process Explorer, and we can view all the process IDs related to the BI platform. So here we can only view the process ID of the server intelligence agent at the operating system level. But to view all the process IDs that are available, for example, here we can see that each of the server have a process ID, but we are able to view only the process ID of the server intelligence agent in the at the operating system level. So to view all the process IDs, we can install the Microsoft Process Explorer, and we can view in a tree view, wherein we can view the associated process IDs. So let's stop this server and delete the server. So we don't need it anymore. So I'm stopping the server. You can see the state as stopping. So we can view the server that we have stopped here. And using the clone option, we can as I mentioned, we can replicate a server with all the properties that we have defined for a server. We can replicate the same properties in another server. So based on the load that is available on each of these server, we can create multiple servers and perform the load balancing and all those kind of the efficient management of server we can perform using this servers page in the CMC. So I'm deleting this server. We can right click on the server and we can click on the select the menu, delete menu, and it asks to ensure that we want to delete the server that is selected currently. So we can click OK, and the server is deleted now. So we can delete the group as well. We do not need this group also. So we can select the group and right click and select the delete menu. So this is how we perform the server management. There are different, as per service category, we can view, different servers based on the services categorization. So here we can also see that a lot of the servers would be part of, multiple services because they support multiple services. For example, here we have adaptive processing server, or here we have IS job server, and again here we have the adaptive processing server. So the adaptive processing server also manages the promotion management service, and then there is the other services which are handled by the adaptive processing server. So we can see the same servers under different service categories. So this is all about the server management from CMC perspective. Let's look at profiles, publication, and report bursting in this session. Profiles work together with publication to personalize content. Profiles are used to personalize data within a report, and profiles use profile targets to apply filters to a report. The data within a report can be tailored to specific users or groups by assigning different profile values. Based on profile values, different personalized versions of same report are then delivered to users. For example, if we have user 1 and user 2, and we have data for both the US region and UK region, when these users view the report by logging into BI Launchpad directly, they can view the data for both the reports. But for user 1, only US data is relevant, and for user 2, UK data is relevant. So in that case, we can use profiles publication combination and tailor the same document so that user 1 will see only US data and user 2 can see only UK data. So this is how profile works. Profiles as such do not change the security. The users will still be able to see both the data for both the regions when they directly log into BI Launchpad and run the report. But when using profiles and publication, when we schedule the document, they can view the data based on the profile values that we specify. For example, in this case, we are specifying the country object, and we are adding filters such that the US data will be viewed by user 1 and UK data will be viewed by user 2. So once the document is refreshed, the data is then tailored and delivered to each of the recipients using publication. Now coming to the publication part. So publication, it's nothing but a collection of documents intended for distribution to a mass audience. So before the documents are distributed, the publisher defines the publication using a collection of metadata. So we have to define the publication and then perform the scheduling part so that the same report is customized and published to the intended audience. So the metadata that I've specified, it contains the source document, the recipients, and the personalization that is applied. So we have to specify the document which we want to use as part of the publication. Then we have to select the intended recipients and the profile that we have created. We have to use the profile so that the personalization happens, and each of the intended audience recipients can view the data tailored to them. Now coming to the third part, which is report busting. This report busting, it's a process wherein a report is refreshed against the data source, and the data is then personalized and before the publication is delivered to the intended recipient. So this is actually a process, as I mentioned. So in this process, we using the profiles, publications, so all are the interlinked. And when we use this process to the profiles and publication and schedule the reports, schedule the publication, so that the same report once refreshed and delivered to the different users with data, customized data. The whole process is called report busting. Let's look at creation of profiles, publication, and report busting by logging to CMC. We can go to profiles page by clicking on the profiles link in the CMC homepage, or we can select the profiles menu from the drop down, or we can also click on the profiles icon on the left hand side panel. So it opens the profile page wherein we have wherein we can manage the profiles. We can create profiles and modify profiles, or we can delete the profiles. So here we have we can create a new profile by clicking on the create a profile icon, or we can go to manage menu and select new option and then click on new profile. It opens a create new profile page wherein we can provide the name of the profile, and if required we can provide some description to it, or we can leave it blank, then click OK. Now the profile is created with the name demo profile, and we can see that some of the icons are highlighted, which are which can be used to manage this profile. Now let's look at different properties associated with this profile. We can click on manage and select the properties menu. So it opens the properties tab wherein we have the name of the profile, then the ID and CUID, which are used internally for auditing purpose. Then the description and the created and creation and the modification date. Now coming to the next tab, which is user security. So using this tab, we can add users, or we can provide permissions to different users or groups to manage this profile. So the users or groups which are available in this page will only have access to modify this profile. So we can click on add principals and add user or group. So this is same as adding permissions on the folders that we have seen on the groups. So it's the same process wherein we can click on add principals and assign security to different users or groups. Now coming to profile targets. Profile targets are actually data sources that profile values filter and interact with to provide personalized publications. So here we can add the universe, for example, as a profile target, and select the object from the universe to be used in personalization. So when we can click on add, and it opens the universe default path, and we can go to the subfolder. I'm going to the bio universes subfolder and click on show subfolder. Now it shows the list of universes available under this path, universes and bio universe. I'm selecting the COIRM universe. Now we have to select the class name and object name. Click on select object from the universe. It opens the classes and objects available in the universe, and I'm selecting the country object from this class. Now we can see that the class name is resort, and object name or variable name country is added to it. Click OK. And now here we can see the list of the profile targets. So to modify it, we can click on the object, and it opens the profile targets tab or page wherein we can modify. If we want to add a different object, and click on select object from list, and we can add a different object to this profile targets. We can also delete it by clicking on clicking on checkbox, and we have the remove option. So we can remove this profile target as well. The next option that is available is profile values. The profile values are actually attributes assigned to specific users or groups. then we map these users or groups to a profile. So here we can assign the users and groups and map the values that we want to use while filtering. So we can click on add to add users to this or groups to this profile value and specify the filter. So here I'm clicking on choose and I'm selecting the your demo G group, and it is added to click on add to selection button, and it is added to the box available on the right hand side, and click OK. Now we can see that the user or group bio demo G is available here, and we can add the value and filter the document. Here we have options to add email address, title, or user full name, or we also have the option to use filter expression. So here, since I have added the universe, we can see that the web intelligence formula expression is highlighted. Click on edit button and it opens the formula editor. So here we can see the object that we have added in the profile target. So click on formula editor and it opens the list of values available for this object. So here I'm selecting the US as the value and click on add to selection box and button, and the US value is added to the right hand side box. Click OK. Now we can see that we have added this profile value in list of US and click OK, and we can see that a record is available in the profile values which contains the profile value as US. To modify it, we can click on the user or group and it opens the edit profile value page again, and here we can modify this by clicking on edit, and we can add more values, or we can remove this value and add some other country name. So now we have created the demo profile completely. Click on close. So this is how a profile is created. So we can perform different operations by going to manage and we can assign security by going to user security, which again opens the same user security page, and we can also perform other operations. Then there is the actions menu, using which we can again alter the profile targets or profile values, which opens the value that we have selected, either profile target or profile value. Accordingly, it opens that page and we can modify the existing the profile value or profile target. Then we have the options manage user security, which is again we have already seen, and then there is manage users in the selected profile. So when we click on that, it again opens the profile values, wherein we can add user or remove this user group, and add new user group or user and assign the profile values. The next icon is the assign profile to publication. Let's look at creating publication in the BI Launchpad. So BI publication is used in BI Launchpad, and let's schedule a publication and view how the profiling the profiles work. So now I'm logging into the BI Launchpad, and we can go to any of the folders in which, for example, here I'm going to BO demo F folder and I want to create a publication. So we can click on new and select the publication from the drop down. Provide a name to it, demo publication. Description, we can provide some description if required. And then click on source documents. Here I'm adding a document with the name publication. Now we can see that a lot of options are available. So here we have to specify the options in each of the tabs and then create the publication. So enterprise recipients, here we can add the user that we have selected when creating profile. So here I'm adding the group your demo G as the recipient, and it appears under the selected box. So once we add recipient, it appears on the selected box. Next is dynamic recipients. These are the recipients who are not part of the organization. So for example, we have a case wherein raw material is supplied by some external vendor, and we want to send the invoice information to him. We can use the publication and dynamic recipients, and we can add the user ID or the email ID of that particular user, and we can schedule the publication so that the invoice is sent to the recipient who is not part of our organization. Right now I'm not using it. Since we are already using enterprise recipients, we can make use of enterprise recipients and view the sample or the example. On the personalization, here we have to select the profile that we have created. So under global filters, I'm selecting the profile created. So here we have the demo profile, and under the local profiles, we have to select the field that we want to use that we want to apply the profile on. So here I'm selecting the country of query 1. This is the field that is available in the report, and enterprise recipients we have already specified here. In the enterprise recipients we need not specify here, and dynamic recipient also I'm not using it, so I'm ignoring it. Now coming to formats, we can specify different formats available. I'm specifying Web Intelligence and Microsoft Excel format. Then coming to the destinations, we can specify the different destinations that are available: email, FTP server, or SFTP server, file system, BI inbox, or default interface location. So I'm selecting these two options currently and click on save and close. Now the publication is created. Let's schedule this publication and view the output. So when we schedule the publication, we have the option to select, there are different options again. Here we have from the recurrence, I'm selecting it, the option as run object now. We can also select different options that are available here: daily, weekly, monthly. We can schedule on a timely basis. And then again, enterprise recipients, here group that we have selected is available already. So if you want, we can add more. For now, I'm keeping the default value. Now dynamic recipients, we are not using it, so we can ignore it. Events and scheduling group, server group, these things are, they are the part of like any scheduling that is available in BI Launchpad have the events. So based on events, we can, create dependency of publication. So based on the file event or schedule event, we can schedule the publication. Now coming to scheduling server groups, so we can specify dedicate server groups or servers to the publication, or we can use the default option, the first available server. Now coming to prompts, it depends on the report. So report does not have prompts, so we can ignore this tab. And then coming to formats, we have already selected the formats. For destinations also we have already selected. So we can schedule it now, and let's view the output. Now the report is running. So let me log in with the other user. So I'm logging in with your demo U. Since this is a part of the group that we have selected there. Now let's go to inbox, and you can see there are July 20. There are 2 reports available here, which have part of which came as part of publication. So I can click on any of the report and view the data. So here we can see that the country US is available. Let's scroll down and see that the data only for US country is available in this report. Similarly, we can also view the Excel format of the report, and even this report contains the data only for the country US. Now let's run this report directly from the BI Launchpad. So the report is available under BO Demo F folder, and if I run this report directly here, we can see that the data is available for France, and also data is available for US. So this is how the data data gets tailored to users or groups, and data is available only with the filtered value. So but the actual security which is applied in the BI Launchpad BI system or in the CMC will be intact, and when the users directly run the report, they would still see the complete data, but when they receive the report via publication, they can view the data relevant to them. This is how publication works. Let's look at some other options that are available. So here we have the demo publication, and we can go to properties, and we can go to advanced tab. So here we have the some of the options of profile resolution, personalization, report bursting method, and scope. Coming to the report bursting, as I mentioned, here we have the option to there are 2 options. One, database fetch for all recipients. So this is recommended for minimizing number of database queries. So in this case, there are 2 options available. When we using the publication, we can either refresh the report once and then tailor the data, or we also have the option to refresh the report for each recipient. So when we select the one database fetch per recipient, what happens is the number of users part of the publication. So how many users are there? Those many number of times the report would be running against the database and fetching the data as per the security that is available in the BI system. Whereas when we use the one database fetch for all recipients, in this case what happens is the report will be running only once using the ID of the publisher or the user who created the publication. And once the data is fetched, then the the customization happens, and the different reports of same report are created based on the filter values that we have applied in the profile creation. So this is how these two options work. And again, we have to make sure that the performance is not hit based on the option that we are selecting. So one database fetch per recipient would have a performance hit, since if we have a publication created for 20 users, 20 times the same query would run and fetch the data. But again, there are the row level security that we define at the universal business use level would be acting on top of the data or the query, and fetching the data as per the row level security. Whereas when we use the one database fetch for all recipients, in that case, what happens is the data would be fetched by the using the user ID of the user who created the publication, and then the data would be tailored, or data would be filtered for each recipient and sent to the different recipients who are part of the publication. Coming to delivery rules, there are two options available here. One is to deliver individual document when condition is met. So in this case, what happens is, if we have some 20 users, and if for one of the user, if the condition is not met, there is no data available for the condition specified, still for 19 users, report would be delivered. Whereas the other option, deliver all documents only when all conditions are met. In this case, even if one of the condition is not met, all the documents will not be delivered. So if there are 20 users, and if one of the users do not have the data for the condition specified, the report would not be sent to all the remaining 19 users. So we have to again use this option based on the requirements that we have at the organization level. So this is all about the profiles, publication, and report busting. Let's look at query results in CMC in this session. Query results is used for creating security related queries, which helps us identify security setup and access setup on a particular object or folder in CMC. We can go to query results by clicking on query results link in the CMC homepage, or by selecting the query results from the drop down in the top, and we also have the icon query results on the left hand side panel. Here, when we click on when we go to query results page, here we can see that there are two types of queries that can be created. In the first one being the relationship queries, and second is the security queries. Now coming to relationship queries, so these queries are created on an object in folders, for example, Webby report or user. So we can create relationship queries on them. Let's go to a folder and try to create a query. So I'm going to the folder, and I'm going to the subfolder BO F, and I'm selecting the report object, publication report. Then we can right click and we can go to tools, click on check relationship. So when we click on that, it creates a query, and here we can see that all the other components in the BI platform which have relationship with the report publication are listed here. So the table that is listed here contains the title, which is the name of the object, then the type of the object. It could be folder, universe, and it could be any of the object that is available in the BI platform. Then description, if there is some description provided to the object, then description would be available here in description column. Then the path, which specifies the location of the component, and date modified is the date which is the last modified date of this component. So first one, we can see that the folder, the BO F. So the publication report is available under this folder, and the second one is the universe. Here we can see that IRM is the name of the universe using which the report publication is created. Then there is publication CO publication 1, which contains this report, and there is also another publication which contains demo pub, which is the publication name, and even this publication also have relationship with this report. Then we can see that there are a couple of Microsoft Excel documents which resulted as part of the publication, one of the publication result created, and these are all created based on publication report. Hence, we can see the name of the publication, and we can see the path where they are created. So they are created under inbox and BO demo U. So user inbox of the BO demo user. These Excel sheets are available, which are the result of the publication. So this is how the relationship queries are built, and we can view the data related to relationship queries. Now let's look at the the security queries. So coming to security queries, these are created directly in the query results section. So unlike relationship queries where we have to go to navigate to the folder and to the report and then create the relationship queries, security queries can be created directly in the query results page itself. So here we can right click on the security queries and we have the option of the new menu. Then we have the sub menu create security query, which opens create security query window. Here we have to select the various parameters. First parameter being query principal, which is nothing but the user or group on which we want to create the security query. So here I'm selecting the BioDemoG user group. Click OK, and now the principal is added to this parameter. The next is the query permission. So in the query permission, we have to select the query permission for which the principal that we have selected above is applied. So here we can click on browse and we can select the permissions that we want to look at for the BioDemoG group user group. So here I'm selecting, for example, delete objects option, and it should be granted. So for the right, delete objects, and for all the the objects on which the right is granted for the user group BioDemoG, we are trying to find the the data. So click OK, and we can see that the permission is available here that we have selected. The next is the query context, which defines the context in which we want to create this particular query. For example, here we can select folders, or we can select all the options that we have: users, user group, profile, server groups, then the inboxes, universes, etc. For now, I'm selecting the folders. So in this case, what is happening is we are trying to find for the user group BioDemoG what are the delete object rights available, and these rights should be available on the folders. So on which folders we are trying to look at the delete object rights for the user group BioDemoG. So click OK, and now we can see that these are the list of folders on which the user group BioDemoG have delete object rights. So here we can view all the folders. So we have auditing, BI, EIM, BioDemoF. So these are all folders that on which we have the BioDemoG group have edit object rights. So all the folders are listed here. This is how the security queries are created. So once we create the security query, we can also view the security query history. So we have the option here, the icon, and so let me rerun this query, or let us export this query and try to view the results. So here it says the query was submitted. Click security query history to see the exported result. Now we can go to history and we can see the historical instance of this query, and we can also export this history to the CSV format. So we have the icon export to CSV, and once the query is the result is exported, we can click on download CSV and it opens the CSV file in our local machine. So here the file got downloaded. We can open this file and we can view the result for this query. So here we can see that all the folders are listed on which the edit objects rights are available. So here we have auditing folder, then we have the LCM folder. So all of these folders are listed in this result object. So this is how we can view the result object, result of the query that we have created. We can also modify the query by again right clicking and clicking on edit query, which opens again edit query window. So here we can modify the context or the object, the security privilege. If we want to change the security privilege, we can change it, and we can also change the context and rerun the query to find the results. We have the rerun query option to rerun the query if there are any changes made to the query to the security, and if we want to look at the latest results, we can rerun the query and find the data. So this is how this is all about the query results in CMC. Access levels in BI platform are a combination of rights that users frequently need. They allow us to set common security levels in a quick and uniform manner rather than setting the individual rights one by one. The access levels start from view and end with full control in increasing order of security rights. So these are the predefined security levels that are available in the BI platform: view, schedule, view on demand, and full control. Now, coming to the rights of each of the access levels, the view access level have only the rights to view report outputs, and we will not be able to even refresh the report with this access level. But we can view the report instance. So we can only view the already refreshed report, or if there are any scheduled reports, we can view the instances with this access level. Now coming to the schedule access level, with this access level, we can schedule the report, assign a server group to process scheduled jobs, but we will not be able to refresh or run a report. We can also delete the instances owned by us, edit the object owned by us, and also pause and resume document instances that we own. So this access level have, apart from the view access level, there are some extra rights such as scheduling a document. So we can view the instances and we can view the already refreshed report if it is saved with data. We can schedule a report instance with this schedule access level. Now coming to view on demand, this allows all functionalities that are part of the access levels related to view and schedule. Apart from them, we can also run a report or refresh a report, which is nothing but view on demand. So all the rights of previous access levels are covered, apart from the extra right that this access level have compared to the view and schedule is to run a report on demand. So we can refresh the report and we can view the data. So there will be, apart from these rights, there will be extra rights. If we look at the individual granular rights, these rights, the each of the access level will have different combination of rights, but it would be always, the higher access level will have more rights apart from the rights covered in the lower access levels. Now the last access level, which is nothing but the full control. So this access level will have all the rights that are available in the previous access levels: view, schedule, and view on demand. Apart from that, we can also edit a report using full control, or delete a report. We can edit any object or delete objects in the BI platform. So these are the default access levels that are available in the BI platform, using which we can set up the security, and the users can perform the functions accordingly. Now when we talk about these access levels, and for example, if here we are mostly talking about reports, but when we set up these access levels on objects such as universe, we don't have any schedule option. We do not schedule universe, or a folder. So in that case, what happens is the access levels that are available in this access level, the rights that are available will be applied on the user or group, and they can perform those operations. For example, schedule also have edit option. So when we apply, when we grant schedule access level to a user or group on a universe, the user or group can edit the object, edit, for example, the universe in that case. So whatever rights the schedule access level have, the given user can perform those actions. So whatever is applicable to an object in the BI platform, those rights will be applied when we assign each of the access level to different objects in the BI platform. So when I say objects, it could be the folder or the reports or universes connection. So each of the elements that are available in BI platform are called as objects, and we generally, the general terminology that is used to refer each of the element in BI platform is called is object. Let's see how to assign the predefined access levels in the BI platform. The access levels are available under the defined section of the CMC homepage. We can click on access levels link, and it opens the access levels page, wherein we can view the predefined access levels and also the customized access levels which are created by users in the BI platform. So here the full control, schedule, view, and view on demand. These are the access levels that are predefined access levels created when the BI platform is installed. So we can manage the access levels from from this page, we can create a new access level, or we can look at the properties of a given access level. We can use user security menu to set up the security, which is nothing but the access privileges granted to users or groups to manage the access level. Then the top level security, which is to overall manage the access levels. We can set up the security, and then we have the tools menu, which using which we can check the relationships. So on which all groups the access level is provided, we can find that information. Coming to actions menu, it contains included rights, which using which we can see what are rights which are part of the given access level. Now let's look at the access levels that are available for view, the rights that are available for view access level. So we can go to manage and click on properties, and it opens the properties page, which contains the name of the access level, then the description, ID and CUID, then when was it created, last modified. So we can also go to we can also navigate to user security, where we can see that the privileges that are available to control this access level. So the administrators group and everyone group have the privileges to make changes or to modify the rights of this access level. Now included rights is the tab which contains all the list of rights which are part of this access level. So here we can view the rights, all the rights that are available to this access level. So here we can see that these are all assigned rights. So here the options export to analysis application, export to Excel, and then in the BI Launchpad there are a couple of options, and data services application, then the general rights that are available, which is nothing but view objects. So this access level, the name itself is the view access level, and it has the rights of view objects, and we will not be able to see any edit rights for this access level, since we are only providing view access level view rights with this access level. So if we want to look at all the access levels that are available in the BI platform, we can select no filter, and we can see that there are a lot of access levels which are not provided. So it is left as not specified, which means the by default is not available. The access level is not available. So we can see that the edit option is mostly not provided to this access level. So here we can see that delete instances, delete job, delete objects, these are not provided to this access level. So these rights are not available. And also edit job, edit list of values, edit objects, these are all left as not specified, which is by default, which means it is not available to this access level. So this is how we can view the rights that are available to each of the access level. Now to assign the predefined access level to any user or group on a folder. So we can go to this folder, for example, View Demo F, go to manage and click on user security. And here we can add principals to add a new group or user, or we can also provide to the existing user or group if we want to modify the access levels of a given user or group. So let me modify the access. Here there is no access level provided to this group. We can click on assign security, and we can add the access level from the available access levels area. So when we click on assign security window opens up, which contains the object is nothing but the folder that we have selected, and principal is nothing but the user group that we have selected. Then there are two tabs, access levels and advanced. So access levels, we can see the default access levels or the customized access levels that are available in the BI platform currently. So we can see that all the access levels that we have seen in the access levels page are available here, and we can provide any of the access levels. For example, I want to provide the schedule access level. Select the access level and click on the add to selection button, and we can see that the schedule will be added to the assigned access levels box. Once the schedule access level is available under the assigned access levels box, we can click on apply and click on OK. Now we can see that the access level has changed to schedule. So this is how we can assign to a group or to a user. Similarly, we can select user also. When we click on add principals, we get the option to select user or group. And then we can assign the security level to a given user or group. How to create a custom access level? So we can also create custom access level by going to access levels page and clicking on manage and click on new, then create access level. So here I'm creating a custom access level. Provide a name and description if required, then click OK. Now we have to include rights to this custom access level. We can right click and click on included rights. Select the menu from the included rights, and here we can click on add or remove rights, which opens the included rights page, wherein we can provide, we can select the rights which we want to provide to this custom access level. So here we can select some of the rights that we want to provide. So I'm randomly selecting some of the rights to show you the sample of creating custom access level, and click OK. Let me select view objects also. So these are the rights that we have assigned to this access level, and click close. Now we have created a custom access level. Let's look at the need for creating a custom access level. We can create custom access levels when we are not satisfied with the predefined access levels, or the predefined access levels do not meet our requirements. For example, consider a scenario wherein HR department and the finance department all have access to the 5 reports, report 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But at the the access levels that the finance and HR have are not the same. HR department will have it needs more control on these reports, which means it has to look at more data compared to finance department. So in that case, we cannot provide the same access levels that are available in the BI platform to both the groups. So in that case, what we can do is we can create custom access levels and provide to each of the group the customized access level, so that the HR in terms of access have more control. So here we cannot use the predefined access levels, and instead we create 2 access levels. For example, HR with the same name as HR access level, and another one is finance access level, and then add both the groups as principals to the reports, and then assign the group their access levels. So in that case, what happens? Though a lot of the rights match, there would be the some of the rights which are which give edge to HR access level, provides more rights to the HR department or HR group, so that they can view more data compared to finance group or finance department. In doing so, what happens is there will be uniformity in this case, and for any changes to any of the group, we can modify the access level, and the same changes could be propagated to all the users in this group, each of the group. So here we are not we are not going to each individual user and from the HR department and assigning rights to each report and at individual level. So that is very tedious process, and doing the same thing for finance for each of the report, it really is a tedious job. So rather than we can create custom access levels and assign those accordingly to each of the group, and then in that case we are making things simpler. So it's only one of the access level we modify, and all the changes will be impacted to all the users part of the each of the group. So if there are some 20 to 30 employees in HR department and some 30 to 40 employees in the finance department, then modifying rights at each individual level would be really it's tedious job to do. Instead, if we create the custom access level for these 2 groups, and we can make things simpler. So it would be like making changes only at 2 levels when there are any changes to any of the access levels. So that is where the custom access level is really helpful. And coming to the right status, there are 3 status for each of the rights which can be assigned when we create any of the access level. The first and foremost being the granted, which is nothing but providing a user with the right or assigning a right to the user. Then denied right would be the user will not be provided with this right. Then not specified is something which is not which is neither granted nor denied. In this case, the default will be denied. The default right, the default status would be denied. But when it works in combination with granted, the right would be granted, and if it in combination with denied, it would be denied. And as a single right, if there is no other right is available in combination with the status not specified, in that case it would be denied. So here we have seen the included rights. So here we can see the status of each of the rights. We can click on again add or remove rights, and we can see that the green check mark is the option to grant the right, and the red cross mark is when we select this option, it is nothing but the denying the rights, and the third option is the triangular yellow question mark icon, which means not specified. So we can select any of these options for each of the right at an individual level. Then we have the other option, which is to assign at the group or subgroup level or folder or subfolder level. So we can go to each of the right, and we can specify the customization that we want to apply on this custom access level, and we can create a custom access level, and assigning this custom access level is similar to the assignment of predefined access level that we have seen. For example, if we go to a folder, and on the BO demo F, we want to provide the custom access level, we can go to manage menu, click on user security, and select the group, and click on assign security. And here we can see the custom access level that we have created. So we can click on add to selection. So let me remove the predefined access level. Now we have assigned the custom access level, click apply and click OK. Now we can see that custom access level is applied to this group, and all the rights that we have specified while creating the custom access level are now applied to this group, and the users under this group would have the rights that we have specified under the custom access level. Now the other rights that we can view for each of the access levels. So we have seen the properties, which is nothing but it gives a name and a description, and the creation and modification date. The next option is the included rights, using which we can add or remove rights. So we can modify the rights that are assigned to it, and if we want to deny some of the rights, we can click on the the denied option, and we can click OK. Now we can see that there are some rights which are with the status denied. So this is how we can deny some of the rights to this access level. And the next option is user security. So the user security tab gives us the information about the users or groups who can modify the rights, who can modify the current access level. So currently administrators and everyone group have access. So everyone group, we can see that it does not have access, it's no access. Whereas administrators group have full control. So they can use as part of this group can modify the custom access level. The next menu that is available is the new, which is to create a new custom access level, and using tools menu, we can click on, we can check the relationships with, which all objects have linked with this custom access level. So we can see that we have assigned to BO demo F folder this custom access level that is available here. So custom roles are its folder, default folder that is available for the in the custom access level or in the access level. Then next is organize. This copy is actually to create a copy of the access level. So if I click on copy, a new access level with all the rights that are available to this custom access level are created, and we can replicate the same access level and provide a different name and assign to different groups if required. So using copy, we can create a copy of the existing rights, and we can assign we can make some changes if required to this custom access level, and we can assign the custom access level to different groups. And the next menu is delete access level, using which we can delete the access levels if they are not required in the current project. So this is all about the access levels that we have in the BI platform. Calendars in the BI platform provide a list of customized run dates for scheduled jobs. We can apply the customized calendar to a job. The BI platform then runs the job on the run dates that we have specified in the calendar. Using calendars, we can create more complex process schedules in the BI platform. We can go to calendars page by clicking on the calendars link in the CMC homepage, which opens the calendars page. Here we can create new calendar, we can manage the calendar, and we can modify the calendars if required. Now, in the BI Launchpad, when we try to schedule a report, for example, and the recurrence option, in the recurrence option, we do not have an option wherein, for example, if we want to run a report on every first business day, and if we can see that, if in July the first business date falls on the Monday, which is, this date is second, and in the case of August, the first business date falls on Wednesday, which is the first of the month. And in the September, we can see that it is third of the month and it is Monday. So there is no common pattern which we can follow, and we can schedule using the options that are available in the BI platform by default. So here we have multiple options where monthly we can select a given, every month. Using this option, we can run the report on a given date of every month. So we can select a date of given month, and we can select here the period as 1 month. But again, as I mentioned, the first business date would not fall on the same date each month. Whereas the other options, nth day of month, again this provides us the option to select any of the day. But again, as I mentioned, if the business date, it changes in a given month, this option will not work out. Same case with the first day of month, first Monday of month. Again, every first Monday would not be the first business date, and last day of month, this option is again ruled out. Now coming to X day of nth week of the month, again using this option, we can select some Monday here, first week Monday. Again, we may not have always the first Monday as first business date, or if I select the second week, and again second week, the option is ruled out. So we cannot, use this option as well to schedule the report for the first business date of every month. So this is where we have the custom calendar, and we can create a custom calendar in the CMC, and we can make use of custom calendar and schedule this report to run on either the first business date or fifth business date, whichever the processing completes on whichever date, and users want to view the reports. Now to create the custom calendar, we can click on manage and select the new menu and select the new calendar. It opens new calendar window wherein we can provide the name, let's say customized calendar, and click OK. Now we have to select run dates for this calendar. Select the calendar, click on actions menu and click on select dates. Here we can select the dates from the calendar that is available. So here, for example, I want to select the first business date of every month, and here I'm selecting July, the first business date as Monday, which is second, and for August it's Wednesday first, and for September it is Monday again, which is on third. And let's say if in October there is some holiday on first, and we can select second, and we can see that in the legend the run dates that we are selecting are in the color that is specified here, which is new run day, and green color are something which are already selected. So since we did not select any of the days currently, you can see all the dates that we have selected are in gray color. And November I'm selecting again Thursday first, and December it is third, and January 1st being holiday, I'm selecting second Wednesday, and in February it is first, and then again in March again it's Friday. So let's select till this and click on save. Now you can see that all the green color run dates are the dates that we have selected. So this is how we create a calendar. And now how to use this calendar in scheduling. So we can schedule a report by going to BI Launchpad and click on select this report, and right click and select the schedule menu, and under recurrence we can select the calendar, which is the last option that is available. So when we click on calendar, we can see that there are multiple calendars which are available in CMC are displayed here. So here we want the customized calendar that we have created currently, which is which holds the run dates for the first business date. Now this is how we schedule click on schedule, and we can select the other options, formats and caching. So all these options, destinations, we can select accordingly, and we can click on schedule. Now we can see that this report is scheduled using the calendar that we have created. So here we have the option calendar, which we have created in the CMC, and the recurrence type. Here we can see that the object runs based on the following calendar, cust cal. So this is how we create a calendar, and we assign calendar to a schedule, and we can run the reports in predefined formats. So in the dates, in the further run dates that we have specified in the calendar, we can schedule the reports. We also have the option to select dates different from what we have selected. So here, if you want to add recurring days, for example, I want to add by day of week. So every week I want to select. I want to schedule the report to run on the first Wednesday. So we can set that as well and click on the end date also. So here now I have selected the first Wednesday as the recurring day for this calendar. Now click on save, and now we can see that every first Wednesday the date is selected. So here July, it's already, since we are we are on 23rd July, so July is ignored. Whereas for the rest of the months, we can see that the first Wednesday is selected here. Again, first Wednesday is selected, and here also first Wednesday. So here first Wednesday comes in the second week. So here first Wednesday is selected, and we can also see that the previously selected dates are still there. So the first business date of each month is also selected. So based on the requirement, we can remove the first business date. So we can click on the date selected, and it removes the first business dates that we have selected. We can see that the removed run date have the this icon color, and this is all rest all are they are first Wednesday of every week. So if I save it, we can see that now the first Wednesday is selected as recurring date, and we are selected by by day of week. We can also use the by day of month and select the recurring days, and we can also view the quarterly view. The calendar can be viewed in quarterly mode or monthly mode. So when we click on each of the the view option, we can view the dates that are available in the mode that we want to view. So here we can select. We also have the selection to select the previous month or next month. And when we select the quarterly view, we can see that the previous quarter and next quarter button are enabled, and we can accordingly view the dates that we have selected. And the yearly option, we can view the months for all the year, and then we can also look at the data for the next year and also previous years. We can go to the previous years or the subsequent years and see the dates that have been selected. Here, if I want to select the recurring days by day of month, it specifies month calendar, and here we can select any of the day, and accordingly the day the day will be selected in each month. If I want to specify the 19th of every month, we can select the 19th, and now we can see that 19th is also selected in each month apart from the first Wednesday that we have selected. Now coming to the user security, so this is again the area wherein we can provide users with access to modify this calendar. And in the properties tab, we can see the name of the calendar and the description, then created and last modified date. And we can also delete the calendars. For example, I want to delete this calendar. We can go to we can right click on the calendar, and we have the delete option. And in the organize menu, we have copy option to create a copy of the current calendar and use it. If you want to recreate the calendar with the same dates, we can create a copy and use it for some reports that we want to use the calendar for. So we have the option here under manage menu also. We can delete the calendar if it is not required anymore in the BI platform. The instance manager in the BI platform lets us view and manage all of the scheduled instances in BI platform deployment. We can manage all of the scheduled instances from a single location using instance manager. We can perform various tasks which include finding specific instances, selecting multiple instances and performing batch operations on them, such as pausing, resuming, or deleting instances, viewing detailed information for a single instance, and diagnosing and resolving system problems that are causing instances to fail. We can go to Instance Manager by clicking on the link Instance Manager, which is available under Manage section of the CMC homepage, which opens the Instance Manager page, using which we can manage the scheduled instances in the BI platform. By default, the Instance Manager displays all the pending instances. Here we can see the title, which displays the name of the instance, and the type displays the type of instance, whether it is web intelligence or crystal reports or any other instance. Here we have information steward utility, then the status pending and recurring, then the location of the instance. So here we have the pub2 report, which is web intelligence report, and it is available under the BO demo F folder and under the pub2 report. Then the owner, the owner who has scheduled this report, and then the next run time and submission time. So these are the different columns that are available in this page, which provides details related to each of the instances. So let's look at different options to view the instances. Here, the pending status instances are displayed when we go to Instance Manager. So we can also select the different parameters that are available here and find the instances. For example, we can go to a folder, and under the folder, we can go to the report for which we want to see the instances, select the report and click OK. And now if I click Find, we can see the instances which are available under this for this report. So here we can see that a lot of instances have been success. The title of the instance being pub2, and then the type is web intelligence report. So it's a web intelligence report, and we can see the type as web intelligence for all the records. And the status, we can see there are a lot of success status and there are some pending status as well. So here we have a couple of reports are in pending status currently, and the location is the default location of the report. Then the owner who created the instance, we can see here BO user 1 and there is BO demo user, using which the instance is created, and the completion time is available for the for the instances which are completed, and next run time is available for the instances which are recurring. And then the submission time. So here we can see that when was the instance created, and the last column, which is start time. So there are a couple of other columns we have here. So the completed instances have the start time and duration, and then the recurrence, and also there is expiry and server, and if there are any errors, we can see all of those details in this page. We have only one adaptive job server, so we can see that all the instances have run using the same adaptive job server. If we have multiple adaptive job servers, there would be chances that the different instances will be utilizing different adaptive job servers. So this is how the Instance Manager provides the details related to the instances that we have requested for. We also can get the details based on owner name, or we can also look for the status which are completed or which are failed. For example, if I want to look for the statuses which are failed, and we can see that the list of instances which have failed, the information is available for them, and we can kind of use this information for debugging. If we see that a lot of the failed instances are utilizing the same job server, and here, for example, these three are utilizing the adaptive job server, and if we are seeing more number of instances failing using this job server, then we can go to this job server and try to troubleshoot the issue with respect to job server if there is any. So this way we can also perform the job server troubleshooting or the server troubleshooting if there are any issues with respect to server. So here we can see that a lot of failed statuses are available, and they are available for different objects that are present in the BI platform. We can also look for the instances which are in the running state currently. We can see that there are no instances that are in running state currently, or we can also look at paused status, even they are not available. So we can also look at the object type, and we can also try to get the data for them. For example, web intelligence instances, we can see that a lot of reports, web intelligence reports are scheduled, and we can also select any of the other object type, for example, object package or program or desktop intelligence report. So this is no more available in the BI platform currently. There is Crystal Reports publication and then Lumira documents. So we can select any of these, and we can try to get the information related to those. Then the other parameters that we have are related to the completion time. So we can utilize this information to see the number of reports or number of instances which have run today, or we can also look at the details related to the next runtime. So if we want to see that in the next 24 hours how many instances would be created, we can use this parameter, and we can click on find button to get the number of instances which would be running in next 24 hours. Then we have the option to perform batch operation, as I mentioned. So we can select a couple of instances and try to perform any of the batch operation. For example, we can click on run now from actions, and we can rerun these instances, or we also have the options. For example, if there is any instance which is in pending status or recurring status, we can perform the operations on them, such as we can delete them, or we can run them. So we can perform those kind of operations. For example, here we can select the couple of instances, and we have the option to pause them, or we can also click on run now, and we can rerun these instances. So these kind of batch operations we can perform. Here we have under the actions again pause and run now. So we can select any of these options, and we can perform the batch operations. And here we have the to look at the information related to the instance. We can select an instance, and we can from the icon information about an instance, we can click on that, and we can view the details related to the instance. So we can see the title of the instance and type of the document, which is web intelligence status, and then the destination and the owner, then the creation time, next run time. So all this information is available in the details of the instance. We can also view the information related to already the successful instances. So here we have information about publication, so we can look at the information related to publication, and we can see all the details related to it. We can look at block file. We can see that to how many recipients it is delivered. So all the details related to an instance is available. If we look at the report instance, so here we have, there's a sample report, and we can look at the information about this report. So here we can see that the name of the instance, then there is type of the instance, and when was it created, start time, end time, and the duration. Then the job server that is used and process ID associated to it, then the location where it is saved, and the expiry also, the information related to expiry also available here. We can also delete this instance. We can go to manage menu, and we can select a couple of instances which are already successful, and we can delete them by going to manage menu and by clicking on delete menu. So there are the instances are available in the second page also. So we can see that the information is available. A lot of information is available related to instances. So here we have one more report which have the instance created. So it's a web intelligence report, and the owner of it, then the location, and when was it scheduled. So all the information is available in the instance manager page. We can also control the instances by going to each of the folder and selecting the information related to the instances. So under limits we have the information. Delete excess instances when there are more than n instances of an object. We can check this, and we can select the count here. So if there are instances more than the number that we have specified here, those instances would be deleted. and we can specify the information, with respect to users or groups, and with respect to, number of days the instances have, you know taken already, covered already. So we can also specify the number of days. For example, the instance that has been created to the current date. So we can set up some number. For example, if you do not want, any instance which is older than 30 days or 1 month, we can use this option, and we can specify the number of days here, and the instance gets deleted. So this way we can manage the instances from the folder properties, and by selecting the limits tab, and we can also manage the instances from here to delete, to auto delete the instances which based on the criteria of number of days or number of instances. Version management in BI platform works as configuration manager inbuilt to business objects. We can manage code by doing a check-in in version management. When we check in the code in version management, version 1 is created. Subsequent changes have to be, checked in for version management. We can click on version management link under the manage section of the CMC homepage to go to version management. It opens the version management page where we can perform the version management. So here we have the folders available, so under which we can select the reports, and different other such as web intelligence reports, crystal reports, dashboards, and perform version management. We also have the option to add universes, connections, various web service, events, calendars, etc. So all the objects, available in the CMC can be added as part of version management. So let's look at one of the reports. So here I'm looking at the report version management to perform to configure the version management for this report. So here we have the option add to version management. So we can click on the add to version management, and provide some description. Let's say version 1, P1. Now we have added this report to the version management, and we can see that CMS version and VMS version. So both are one. So this is how we add a report to the version management. And whenever any changes are made to this report, for example, if I go to BI Launchpad and open this report, and if I modify something, for example, report name, I'm modifying it here. I'm just calling it as report. Now I'm saving this report in BI Launchpad, and when we go to the central management console and navigate to the folder, we can see that yellow color, yellow color icon which says the version in CMS is newer. So we can check in this code now. So select the report and click on check in option that we have in the toolbar. So when I check in, let's say I want to make this as version V2 and click OK. Or we can provide more description here saying what all changes are made to this report currently. And now we can see that the version has modified to 2 in both the CMS and VMS version. And we also have other options such as get latest version. So whichever is the latest version that report would be available, and create a copy to create copy of the current report. So here we can see that if I click on create copy, so now a new the copy of the current report version management copy of latest latest version at the the date and the time has been specified here. So this is how we can create a copy of the current report. And we also have history, so we can click on history button to view the history related to this report. And here we can see that we have created the versions currently V1 and V2 to look at the version management. So those details are available under the in the history page. And if you have multiple histories, all the details are listed here in the history page. Now we've deleted resources to view the deleted resources. We don't have any currently, so it should be blank. So here we do not see any of the entries. And next is lock. So to disable from other users making any changes to the report, we can log the report. So providing some description, and we can see that there is information under locked by column, which is BO user one, which is I'm using to work with the CMC. So these are the different options that we can see. We have unlock option when we have locked, so we have to unlock to make any changes to the report. Now we can see the lock by option has gone. So if I right click, we can see the same options: add to version management, check in, get latest version, get copy of latest version, history, view deleted resources. So all of these options we have seen currently. And now if I make some change to the report, or since already we have made change to the report, we have modified the report from report 1 to just report. So if I want to get back the previous version, we can click on history, and we can select the previous version and click on get version. We also have the get copy of version, which creates a copy, and also export copy of version. So I want to get the original report, so click on get version, and now we can see that the version management, the CMS version is 1, whereas the VMS version is 2. Since we got back the previous report, which was created created previously when we checked in, for the first time, we got back that version. So this is how we can get the previous versions of the report, or for that matter, any code. Using applications menu, we can manage the security related to various applications which are part of the BI platform. We can click on the applications link available under the manage section of the CMC homepage to go to the applications page. Here we can see the list of applications which are part of the BI platform, and we can set up the security related to each of these applications in the applications page. Here we can see that analysis edition, the OLAP, analysis office runtime, then BEX web applications, BI administration console, BI launchpad, widgets, BI workspace, central management console. So we can set up security for each of these applications in the applications page, and allow the users to access the application based on the user privileges that they have. So here we can see that web intelligence and SAP Lumira, the SAP Business Objects, mobile RESTful web services. So all of the applications that are part of the BI platform are available here, listed in the applications page, and we can use manage menu and set up the security for, using user security menu. We can set up the security for different, security of different users on each of these applications. So here we have, under the actions, we have different options to work with. So we can work with the bookmarks, and we can manage the folders or the bookmark properties. So we can manage each of these using actions menu. So these are the options that are available for the application that we have selected, which is SAP Lumira. Now let me create a new user, and let's provide access to the user for each of these applications, and see how the various steps that are involved, to for example, to allow user to run a web intelligence report. So here I'm creating a user. So I'm creating a user demo view and using the same password, and I'm creating a concurrent user so that no extra license is required. And here I'm clicking on create button. So a user demo view has been created. So here we can see the user demo view. Now let's go to applications, and let's give privileges to the BI Launchpad for this user. So we can select the BI Launchpad application, click on click on the manage menu and select the user security option. So here I'm adding the demo view user as principal to the BI Launchpad. So here we can, from the list, we can select the user and click on add to selection button. The user would be available under selected users or groups, and click on add and assign security. So for easier purpose, I'm selecting the full control access and click on the add to selection button, and we can see that the assigned access levels under this this area, we can see the full control access. So click apply and click OK. Now we have provided the privileges, full control privileges on the BI Launchpad. Let us log in with this ID demo view into the BI Launchpad. So we can log into the BI Launchpad, and let's go to the folders. So here we can see that is My Documents available, and there is search is available. So the user do not have permission to view all the folders. So let's give privileges to this user to view the folders that are available in the current BI deployment. So here I'm on the all folders, I'm providing access to this user. So going to user security and clicking on add principals, and I'm selecting the demo BO user and click on add to selection and click on add and assign security. So here I'm selecting the full control again so that it is easier for us to view the complete steps. So I'm clicking OK or click apply and click OK. So both works in the same manner. Now we have provided the full control access to the demo BO on the root folder. So now we can refresh this page and we can click on documents, and we can see that the folders option is available, and the user can view all the folders and all the reports under them. So here there is a demo report. So here using the demo BO ID, we can view this report, and we can see that the design button, which is the option to modify the report is disabled. And also let's try to refresh this report, and we can see that universe not found error message appears. So here let's provide privileges of web intelligence application. So go to applications and grant the privileges to the web intelligence. And I'm again granting all the privileges. So full control privileges I'm providing to this user. Click on add principals and select the user demo BO and click on add to selection, and the demo BO user will be available under selected users or groups box. Click on add and assign security, and I'm again selecting the full control. And once it is available under assigned access levels, click apply and click OK. Now we have provided the edit option. So let's refresh this page and let's try to open the same report. And we can see that this is still disabled. So it's better we can log off and log in again. So here we can see that the edit option is available. The design button is enabled. And when we click on it, we can see that the all the options to modify this report are available currently. So let's try to modify this report. I'm adding a column ename to this report and try to save this report. So we can see that the report got saved. Let's reopen this report, and we can see that the changes that we have done are available. So here we have added ename, and that is available. So let's try to refresh this report again, and we still see that universe not found error message. Let's try to see the name of the universe. We can click on design button and it opens the report in edit mode. So click on edit data provider, and here we can see that the no business layer sent back from server message appears here, which means that the BO demo BO user do not have access to universes. Let's provide access to the universes. So we can go to universes menu, and I'm providing the access at the top folder level. Click on manage menu and select the user security. Click on add principals and select the user demo BO and click on add to selection button. The user will be available under selected users or groups, and then click on add and assign security. Select the full control access level and click on add to selection. So here we can see that under assigned access levels, the full control is available. Click apply and click OK. And we can close this window. Now we can refresh this page. If the changes are not applied, then we can log in back. So let me log in again. So I have logged in back. And now if I try to give the query, we can see that the resultant objects are available here. And let's try to run the query. We can see the message: you do not have the rights, access the right to access the data on this connection, or the connection is not defined. So again, here we have the issue with the connection. So let's provide privileges to connections. So we can go to connections menu, and again I'm providing topmost folder, connections folder. I'm granting the the full control access. So selecting the demo BO user and repeating the same process to provide the full control access. So here we can see that demo BO users, we have provided the full control access. And now let's log in back and try to open this report. And if I try to refresh now, we can see that the report got refreshed and the data is available, latest data is available. So if I edit this query and if I run this query, we can see that the data has, it got refreshed with the latest data. And we got all the privileges to refresh a web intelligence report, modify the web intelligence report. So here, these are the steps that we have to perform. So first and foremost being, we have to grant privileges to the BI Launchpad. Then we have to provide the edit privileges to the web intelligence application. Then we have to provide the privileges, access privileges on the universe, and then on the connection. So then only we can completely work with the web intelligence report. We can log into BI Launchpad. We can edit the web intelligence report. We can refresh the report, and we can also modify the query. So we can also use other applications. For example, here we have the SAP Lumira or Universe Design Tool. So for a user to log into Universe Design Tool, we have to grant privileges from the applications page. So here we can follow the same steps. Select the Universe Design Tool, click on Manage, and click on User Security, and grant privileges to the user to log into the Universe Design Tool. Similarly, we can handle all the other applications which are available in the BI platform from this page. We can also provide privileges to access the central management console and work with the CMC. Similarly, we have the widgets and the other applications which are part of the BI platform. Now let's look at the next item, that is events. Now coming to events basically they provide extra functionality for scheduling purposes. So in business objects we have the option to create events and schedule reports based on those events, and we can also create a dependency between multiple reports to run based on the the status of other reports. Events, there are again three types. We have the file-based events, schedule-based events, and there is third one which is custom-based events. So coming to file-based events, these events, the reports that are scheduled based on these events actually look for a file, and then whenever the file is arrived or the file is available in the directory that we have mentioned, the the report gets refreshed or scheduled. The reports runs and then perform the rest of the function. Schedule based event. This event actually based on the status of the event. This schedule based event works. There are two status, success and failure, and we can also based on either failure or success we can enable the events. Third one is custom based events, which have to be triggered manually whenever this event has to be made active. Now let's look at the system events. So these events contain, it has the option to create events, both the scheduled events and also the file-based events. So let's create a new event, file-based event, and then let's see how it works along with the scheduling part. So we can go to manage and select, new. Under new menu, we have the submenu new event. So we can select any of the events, schedule and file-based event. So let me select this file-based event for now. Let me name this event, let's say file-based event, and we can select the server which works along with this event, and we have to provide the path of the server, path of the location in the server where this file has to be arrived. So let me give the path as, let us create a file in this particular path, and let us give the same path in the file name. Along with the path, we have to also provide the file name. Let's say test.txt is the file that we are looking at, and click OK. Now we have created a file-based event and we have mentioned the path. We have provided the path and we have provided the file name as well. So let us now schedule a report based on this event and see how the event, the scheduled report behaves. So I have opened the launchpad and I have opened I have selected the folder name CO underscore demo. Then I have selected the report drill. Right click at the report and then click on schedule menu. Here we can see that there is the events tab. In the events tab, select the event that I have just created. Again, events can be provided for the. There are two options that are available for the report. One is events to wait for, which the report will look for this event whenever the file that we have created, that we have specified arrives in that particular folder location. This report will start, refreshing and events to trigger on completion. There's another option wherein, once the report is completed, refreshing, it triggers the event, whatever event that we have provided. So I'm selecting the file-based event and I'm clicking on add to selection. Now we can see that this file-based event is added to this box under events to wait for, and I'm scheduling this report. So we can see that it says the status is pending. Let me add a text file to this folder. So I have given this folder path, BODB is the folder name, and I'm creating one file here with the name test. Now let's see how this report, status of the report, how it changes. So we can see that the status is still pending. So it's still looking for that particular test file in the path that I've provided. Now we can see that report is running, and here we can see that the parent object path, that is not this one. Let it run. Now the status is success. So the report has run, and so based on the event that we have created, we can see that the scheduled report started running once we have created the event, and then it has completed refreshing. Based on the event that is created. So we have created a file-based event, and we have placed the file in the particular location. So this whole process, we can create dependency on the ATL jobs by following this process. So we can create a file-based event wherein a file can be placed by the ATL once all the loading is completed in the respective tables. So once the job that loads the respective tables, which are part of the reporting, and the report uses all the tables loaded, so we can create a file-based events and create a dependency on a report saying that once the data load is complete, the report has to be triggered. So in this way, we can schedule the report based on the file-based events and let the user get the latest data. Let's create the schedule-based events. We can create a event again multiple ways. So I'm creating by clicking on the icon create an event, and I'm selecting the schedule, and let's provide the name schedule-based event. Then we can provide some description, and we have the option result could be success, failure, or success or failure. So we can provide any of this option, and based on this particular option, the event gets triggered. So let me say success for now. Click OK, and now let me schedule a report. Let me schedule the report drill, and the events. Let me say that. Let me select the schedule-based event in the events to trigger on completion. So whenever this report is, the report completes, this report triggers, the report refresh completion triggers this particular schedule-based events. Let me schedule it, after 2 minutes. Let's say 12:23 and schedule it. Now I am scheduling one more report, that is one, and I'm creating a dependency on the, let's say, run now. Recurrence is run object now, and I'm creating a dependency on the previous report. So here I can make a schedule based event as the events to wait for, select this particular event in the events to wait for box, and we can schedule this report. So here what I did is I have scheduled two reports, and based on the result of one report, the second report gets triggered. So first report I have scheduled it to 12:23, and let me modify that to. So I have scheduled the drill one report, and this report waits for the previous report to run. So let me modify this report to run now. So I'm saying run now, and this report starts running now. And so here we can see that this report started running, and let's see, it started getting refreshed, and let's see this report how the impact of the earlier report. So this report is completed now, and let's see this report. We have created a dependency of this report on the previous report, drill report. We have created drill one report dependent on the event which will be triggered by the drill report. So this report is completed running. We can see that even this drill one report is completed. So this report, this report got triggered based on the event that is created in the CMC. We have created a schedule based event, and we have set up this event as a dependency for the report drill one, and we have triggering point. We have made the drill report refresh, and once the drill report gets refreshed, it triggers the event, schedule based event, and the drill one report, it waits for the schedule based event which is triggered by the drill report. And this report, once it finds the event, schedule based event is triggered, it runs, and we can see the status has changed to success. So this report got refreshed based on the schedule based event which is triggered by the drill report. So this is how we can create dependency on, if there are multiple reports, and we want to create a dependency between multiple reports. We can create events and then create dependency, which we have seen now. Now there is one another event called as custom event. So what custom event does is, this event, whenever we create this event, it has to be triggered manually so that the subsequent actions have to take place. So we can create new custom event by clicking on the icon, or we can right click on the custom events, and we have the option new menu and then new event. So here the options, the type is selected as custom event, and let me provide the name as custom event and click OK. Now we have created the custom event. There's a new custom event that have been created, and let us schedule a report based on the custom event. So let me schedule this report, and in the events, let me select this particular custom event that I've created just now. So I can select this custom event and click on add to selection button, and this event gets added to this events to wait for box and schedule this report. Now we can see that this report is pending. So let us trigger the custom event and see how the report behaves. Now trigger this event, the custom event, we have the option right click, and then we have the trigger event menu. So we have triggered this event now, and let's see the report. So we can see that the status has changed to running, and the report is getting refreshed now, and you can see that status has changed to success. So this way we can use custom event, and we can schedule report based on the custom events. So custom events needs manual intervention. So whenever we need the reports based on custom events to trigger, we have to trigger the custom event in CMC, and then only the reports based on custom event gets refreshed and distributed accordingly. So we have different options again on each of the events, like properties, trigger event. Trigger event is available only for the custom events, but schedule and file based events do not have this trigger event menu. And user security, this is again like for any of the object, this menu is available, which gives the list of users or groups who have access to modify this particular object. Then click
The new menu contains, we can create new folder or new event, then organize is to copy or move this particular event to any other the other folder. Then the last menu item is delete, using which we can delete the event that we have created.
Let's look at BI Launchpad in this session. BI Launchpad is a portal for managing various objects in the BI platform. Objects include web intelligence reports, crystal reports, publications, dashboards, Lumira documents, etc. Using BI Launchpad, we can create, modify, and schedule various reports such as web intelligence reports, crystal reports, or publications. And the default URL that is available for logging into BI Launchpad is http colon double forward slash, then the web server name colon port number, then the forward slash BOE forward slash BI forward slash. The URL can be customized in the organization, and we can use the customized URL in case it is modified and logging to BI Launchpad and perform the various operations that can be performed using the BI Launchpad. We can publish the web reports, crystal reports into the BI Launchpad, and then we can also create publications using profiles that is created in CMC and perform report bursting. We can also save the reports in multiple formats such as Excel, PDF, text, CSV, etc. And when we schedule reports, we can schedule the reports to different different destinations, which includes business objects, user inbox, corporate mailbox, or we can FTP to shared location, and using publication, we can even send the reports to business partners outside our organization. And we can also use the analytic tools to explore business information in detail using BI Launchpad. We have the options to use the tools such as analysis edition for OLAP and perform analytics. And depending on users' access rights, the features in the BI Launchpad, it could vary by content type and the applications available in the BI Launchpad. So using access privileges in the CMC, we can control the options available for a group of users or for users, and we can manage the content that is available for different users. Let's log into BI Launchpad and start looking at the BI Launchpad. So using the URL, the web server name, then the port number, and forward slash BOE forward slash BI. So here we are in the BO server itself, so we can use the local host instead of web service name, and it opens the login page wherein we have to provide the system name, then the username and the password. And once we log into BI Launchpad, the home tab appears, which contains different areas. Here we can see that my recently viewed documents area. It contains list of documents that we have opened recently. Then we have the area where we have the 100 messages in my inbox. So it contains all the it contains list of 10 most recent 100 messages. So here we have a couple of 100 messages. So whenever some document is scheduled to users inbox, so BO inbox, it will be available here, and we can to view more than 10 messages. We can click on more, and it opens the whole page with it opens the inbox wherein we can view all the lists. So here we can see that a lot of 100 messages which can be viewed from BI inbox. And we have the my recently run documents area wherein we can again view the list of documents which have been run or refreshed recently. So here we can see that the status also along with the recently run documents. Here we can see that the green check mark, which is success, the reports have been run successfully, and we can see that the red cross mark which says that there is some error with respect to this report. Refresh. So this report has encountered some issue, and when we hover the cursor on the report, we can see the error message. The following database error occurred. So we can also view the issue with the reports which had any issue, in running the report. So these are all, the recent run instances. So we can click on the unsuccessful instance and we can view the details with respect to the error. So here we can see that the error is displayed in detail, and using which we can perform analysis on why this report has failed. And others we can directly click on the report and we can open the report, successful reports, and we can view the instance. Coming to unread alerts, here we can view the last 10 unread alert notifications. To view, if we have more than 10 alert notifications, we can click on see more to view, more alerts. Currently, we do not have any alert here displayed. If there are, any alerts, we can click on each of the alert and we can view the information related to the alerts. And we can also, if we have more than 10 alerts, we can click on see more to view the alerts which are related to, different objects in the BI platform. Alerts basically notify us when we subscribe to, any of the alert mechanism. For example, if we subscribe to events, whenever the event occurs, we get alert notification mentioning that the specified event has occurred. So those events, those alerts are viewed here when we subscribe to those alerts, and we can work with those alerts to understand, a specific event has occurred, and we can take appropriate actions. Now we also have the My Applications area, which contains list of applications we have access to, and we can use those applications to work with each of the application and to manage the objects, to create objects using those applications. For example, here we have the Web Intelligence application using which we can create Web Intelligence reports, or we have the Crystal reports, and then we have the Analysis Edition for OLAP module and the Information Steward and BI Workspace. So we can use these applications and create the objects related to each of the application and manage them in the BI Launchpad. We also have options to open multiple reports in a single window in tabs, or we can also enable, we by default we can open multiple reports in tabs in single window. We can also modify the default setting to open reports in separate windows. For example, if I open this report, we can see that it has opened in a tab, and if I open another report, we can see that it has opened in the tab next to the first report. So we can also modify the setting to open report in a separate window, which opens a new tab outside the BI Launchpad page. So it opens a new page, and in that page it opens a new report. So we can set that, we can modify the default setting related to the report viewing option. Now coming to the header panel, this area, the topmost area, it contains the couple of information. Here we can see that the user ID with which we have logged in to the BI Launchpad, and next to it is the applications menu, using which we can again open the different applications that we have seen in My Applications area in the home page. So again, here we can see the same list of applications. We can create Web Intelligence documents. We can create Crystal reports for enterprise, work with BI Workspace, Analysis Edition for OLAP, and a couple of other applications. Then we have the preferences option, using which we can configure how the information appears in the BI Launchpad. So the default preferences set in the central management console can be overwritten using the preferences of the BI Launchpad. So we also have the preferences option in the CMC, and we can set the different settings using preferences in the CMC, and using the preferences from the BI Launchpad, we can override those settings. So when we click on preferences, it opens the preferences window, and here we can control how the BI Launchpad looks, and the different application content we can modify. For example, here we can see that the general tab contains how the home page should appear, and different options that we have, different parameters. So here it says use default settings. So by checking this option, we can retain the default settings, or we can modify this by unchecking this option. And if we want to set some different home page, currently when we logged into BI Launchpad, we have seen that we have logged into the home tab or home page, and we can modify that, and we can select some other home tab. For example, if we want to retain the default, we can select default options here, or using select home tab, we can select a report, and we can display the report by default when we open the BI Launchpad. For example, if I want to display the demo report when we open the BI Launchpad, we can go to the BO demo folder, and select the demo report and click open, and now click save and close. So now once we log off and log in back, we can see that the report that we have selected would be open whenever we log into the BI Launchpad. So now we can see that demo report is available instead of home page, and we have the default documents tab next to it. So this is how we can set a document as the default home page, and we can make use of it. Or we can also select the documents tab, and we can select specific folder or my favorites folder, or in my documents we can select any of the options, my favorites, personal categories, or my inbox. Or we can also select specific folders when we log into BI Launchpad. If we always want to open the folder which we are part of, or we work with the application, so we can select the folder and click open, and click save and close. Now we can log off and log in back to view the changes. So once we log in back, we can see that the demo folder is selected, and we can view the list of reports available, and folders available under the demo F folder. So though home tab is available, we have logged into the when we log in, the documents tab is open, and the specified folder is selected. So this is how we can select the folder that we want to work with, in case we want to work with specific folder always. We also have the option to select any category, and we can use corporate categories, or the other category that we have created. So we can use all these options, and we can modify the home page of the BI Launchpad when we log in for the first time. Now the next option is choose columns to display on documents tab. So when we open a document, or when we go to a folder, so we can view the different options that are available to view. So here we have we can check the options or uncheck the options to show or to hide on each of the document. So currently we can see that type, and then last one, instances, then received on and from. These options are available, and let's now we can see that the documents that are available here, the different the options that are available here for each of the document is title, and then the type, then last one, and instances. These are the options that are available. So we can also modify the options to change. So for example, if I want to display the description, then created by. So let's refresh this page, or so here we can see that description and created by information is also available in this the documents tab. So if we go to each of the any of the folder which contains the documents, so here we have the instances, description, and created by. All this information is available. So this is how we can modify the view of the page, any of the page in the BI Launchpad. So let me remove them again. And here we have the next option is set document document viewing location. So here we can view the document as tab, or we can also have the option to open the document in a separate window, as I mentioned. So when we select the option separate window, the report would be opened in a separate window. For example, if I reload this page and refresh this page, if I open a document, we can see that it has opened in a separate window. We also have the BI Launchpad, and it's opening in a different window altogether. So if I open any other report, so it opens again in a different window. So here we can see that there are two windows open, and reports are open in separate windows when we select the separate window option. Or we also have the option to we open the report as as tab, which is default, and in the same window we can view the reports. The next option is to set the maximum number of items per page. Here we can change this to if we want to display more number of reports in a page. Next option, which is next tab, which is local and time zone. So using this tab, we can modify the product local, which is to display the different menus in the BI Launchpad portal. So if we have multilingual installation, we can see the list of languages with which we have installed the BI platform, and we can select appropriate language and display the menus in the language that we have selected. Then we have the preferred viewing local, which handles the number, date, and time values. So here we can select any of the language that we want to display the data in, and accordingly the numbers and the date and time would be displayed. Then we are working with different clients where they have a different setting for their language. We can select the language appropriately as per the client location or client a region, and set the preferred viewing local. Now coming to the current time zone, this is one of the again important feature wherein we can select the time zone to it is useful in scheduling. For example, if we are supporting the UK clients and the BI server is installed in US machine in US region, then we have to always keep in mind the time zone difference, or we can set this time zone to UK, and accordingly we can schedule the reports without calculating any differences. So we should be careful when we are setting the time zone in the BI platform. Then we have the different the various application wise settings. So we have the analysis edition for OLAP, Web Intelligence, BI Workspaces, and Crystal Report setting. So we can set up the different parameters for each of these applications, and we can use them. For example, here we have default state for totals, and then default position for totals, then configuration for null and zeros, and then couple of other options with respect to analysis edition for OLAP application. So we can set up the different parameters for each of these applications, and we can use them. Then the Web Intelligence application, which is the major tool that is used for creating reports, or for viewing, scheduling reports. So here we can control the Web Intelligence options using Web Intelligence tab. So view option, when we try to open a Web Intelligence report, we can select any of these options. The HTML, which does not require any download, and if we select the applet view, it requires some software download. Then the desktop view is it requires installation actually, and then the PDF is again PDF view. So we can select any of these options according to our requirement. And we also have the interactive viewer, which does not require any download. So we can use this option as well. Then while modifying, again we have a couple of options. So when we try to modify a report, we can do so again in HTML applet and the rich client mode. Again, when we select the different the various options here, accordingly the menus will be displayed out, the options to work with changes. Again, the default universe option we have, wherein whenever we try to create a Web Intelligence report, we can if we are supporting a single application, and if we have a single universe, we can use this option, and we can select the default universe. This is one universe we want to always make use of, and we can select the universe and click save and close. And whenever we try to create a report, Web Intelligence report, so it will always open that universe. For example, if I click on Web Intelligence and click a new report, so we have to restart the browser. So if I create a Web Intelligence report and click on new, so let me look at the preferences again. So let me select a universe here and click OK and click save and close. Now when I log into BI Launchpad and try to create a Web Intelligence report and create a new report, you can see that the particular universe is selected. So this is how we can set up a default universe to the web intelligence application, and the application would always use the same, the default universe that we have selected. So to remove the default universe, we can select the no default universe at the end and click OK and click save and close. Let us look at the other options that we have. So here we have the option when we, when viewing a document, we can use the options. Here we have multiple options: use the document local to format the data, or use my preferred viewing local. So that we have seen in the local and time zone, we can use any of these options. And then in the drill option, we have again, a couple of options. So here we have prompt when drill requires additional data. So we can check this to when we set the scope of analysis less than the drills that are available, the levels of drills that are available. This when we try to drill down to the higher level than the scope of analysis that we set, we either have the option to prompt that additional data is required, or we can uncheck this, and the additional data would be directly fetched, modifying the query without prompting the particular message. And synchronizing drill is something wherein we have, when we have couple of report elements in the report. For example, we have table and cross tab, and when we try to drill on table, even the cross tab would be drilled with the same level. So we can to use that functionality, we can check the synchronize drill on report blocks. The hide drill toolbar on startup. So this option to we can use this option to hide the drill toolbar. The next option is to we can drill on the existing report or on a duplicate report. So the current report would be there without any changes, and a new report would be created, or new tab would be created in the report, or we can say new report would be created in the document if we use the on duplicate report. Then when we try to save the report as Excel, we have the option to prioritize based on two options. One is we can set the web intelligence formatting priority, or we can also have the option to set the Excel the data processing in Excel option. So either of these options we can select while saving the document in Excel format. The document orientation, again, it has different options, left to right, right to left. So we can select any of these options and use it. Now for BI workspaces, again, there are a couple of parameters which can be set, and even Crystal reports have a couple of parameters. So here the default view format, we have the option as web and web ActiveX, and then web Java, and print options are available. Then the resolution options and the measurement options. So we can set these options, and accordingly we can work with the respective applications, and we can customize the BI Launchpad based on our requirements. Now the next option that is available, or next menu that is available, is help menu, which contains again the help option, which provides the help document related to BI Launchpad, and about option, which gives us details related to the current installed BI Launchpad. So it shows us the version and the company name and logo and other information. The log off button, which is at the end, it provides option to quit the application or to close the application. And these are all the research box again here, in which we can search for any document. For example, I want to search for document with name demo. So here I can type in demo and click on the search icon here, and it displays all the objects which are which have the text as demo in them. Now let's go to the documents tab and start looking at different options that are available in the documents. So when we go to documents tab, we have the documents, my documents view, then there is folders view, and the categories and recycle bin and the search view. So let's start with the my documents view. My documents are private to each user, created in the BI platform. So for every user, part of the BI platform will have my documents, which contains the my favorites folder, the inbox folder, and then the personal categories and alerts and the subscribed alerts. So again, when we log into CMC, we can see that the my favorites would be viewed with different name. For example, if we log into CMC, let's log into CMC, and we can see that my favorites is available as personal folders. So this is how the in the CMC my favorites would be available. It is available as personal folders, and under the personal folders, it is available with the name of the user account. So here for BO user one, so we can see when we click on BO user one, we can see the documents and folders available under BO user one, and we can see the same the tilde web intelligence folder, then the sample report 2, and shared element 1. These are the objects that are available under the BO user one folder. Then there is inbox, and under inbox we can schedule reports to inbox users inbox, and it is how the inbox is used. And in the same inbox, when we log into the CMC, we can view with the name of the user. Here we can see that BO user 1, BO user 2. So the inboxes are available with the user account name, and we can view the list of the objects in the inbox of BO user 1. So these objects are available in the inbox of the BO user 1. So we can see that the all the objects that are present here are also available in the from the CMC. Alerts, these are subscriptions. For example, an event, when we create an event, we can subscribe to the event, and then those subscription alerts, whenever the event occurs, we get a notification. Coming to personal categories, this is again the classification of the reports. So here we can create categories under personal categories. So this is again private to the users who has logged in. The categories are actually not used anymore. They were part of the previous versions, and they are carried forward. We can still store the reports under these categories, and we can work with them, but it's always the folders which takes precedence, since we provide the security at folder level, and then we manage the objects at folder level. So we can ignore the personal categories. Now coming to folders, so these are the public folders which will be viewed by all the users in the BI platform based on the security that is available for each of them. So here, unlike my documents which contains the content which are private to the user who has logged in, public folders are public, using which we can all the users in the BI platform can work and can view the report, can schedule the report, can view the instances, can create the reports and store it, and then other users can view them. Generally, for each application, folders are created, and they are the security is maintained at the CMC. Security is created in such a way that the appropriate user group have access to those folders, and they can work with the folders. So let's go to one of the folders and view the contents. So when I go to BO demo F folder, we can view the different contents, part of the folder. So here we have a subfolder, then we have the publication, then the reports. So these are the different informations that are available, and we can also see that there are different menus highlighted when we click on the each of the objects. Generally, for each application, folders are created, and they are the security is maintained at the CMC. Security is created in such a way that the appropriate user group have access to those folders, and they can work with the folders. So let's go to one of the folders and view the content. So when I go to BO demo F folder, we can view the different contents, part of the folder. So here we have a subfolder, then we have the publication, then the reports. So these are the different informations that are available, and we can also see that there are different menus highlighted when we click on the each of the objects. So we can manage the folders, and we can manage the objects in the each of the folders. So let's look at the options when we select a folder or subfolder. So here we have the option to view the properties. So we can, from the view menu, we can look at the properties of the folder. So this is the name of the folder, ID and CUID, then description if it is available, and we have the option again, the created and last modified. So whenever changes are made, whenever the changes made, latest changes to the folder are available here. Then the New menu contains, using new menu, we can create new folder, or we can create local document, publication, and hyperlink. And using organize, we can perform the operations such as cut, copy, paste, or cut and delete, copy. Once we copy, we can paste it. And if we want to, create a copy of the current folder in another folder, we can copy and paste it. Under the more actions menu, we have the folder link. So we can use this link if it is required to, in any of the application. If you want to navigate to this folder using, any of the application, we can use this link. So let's look at the menus corresponding to the objects in the BI platform. So when I select the objects, we can see that the send menu is highlighted. So it was grayed out when we have clicked on the folder. We can see that we do not have the send option highlighted, whereas when I click on a report, it is highlighted. Now let's look at the options. So here we can click, we can go to view menu, and we can select the view option, which opens the report. And we also have the option properties, which opens the properties of the report. So here we have the title of the report, ID, CUID, which is used internally for, by BI platform for tracking this report, and the file name. So this is the file store wherein the physical file is located, and we have the name of the report. So here this is the name used internally by the BI platform to store this report. So if some description is available, provided at the time of creation, we can see the same here. And if some keywords are used for this report, we can view them here. Then we have the created and last modified dates, and then there is the local that is used for this report. Now on the new, again, we have the same options that we have seen for the folder. And on the organize, here we can see that we have the option to create a shortcut in my favorites. So from my favorites, we can directly open this report by creating a shortcut. We can cut and we can cut or copy and paste it in some other folder, or we can copy the shortcut, and the last option is to delete. So we can delete the report by using the option delete from the organize menu. The next menu is send. So we can send this report to BI inbox and a file location. So we have the option. If we want to send this report to any user's inbox, we can select the BI inbox, and we can, it opens the send a demo report to BI inbox. So here we can select the name of the user. For example, I want to select the BO demo U, and we can select the user, and we can click on add to selection button, and it you know it is added to the selected recipients box. And we have the option to change the name also. So here we can use the automatically generated name, or we can also use the parameters available in the BI platform. For example, I can provide some name, or I can also use the parameters, for example, ID or owner, any of these options, and send this report. And we also have the option to send as a shortcut or copy. So we can use any of these options. And I'm selecting the default options, and if I click on send, this report will be sent to the the user's inbox of the demo use user. Then we can also send it to some file location. We can specify the file location here, and we can provide the directory name, username, password directory, and we can send this report to the file that we have specified, file location that we have specified, and web intelligence document is the format with which the report will be sent to that location. Under more actions, we have a couple of options. We can modify this report, we can schedule the reports, and we can view the history. So here it is not scheduled, so we do not have any history for this report. This report, we can see the instances, and we can see there are instances available for this report. And we can click on more actions, and we can click on history, and we can see the history of the instances. The lot of reports have been successful, and there are a couple of pending reports as part of scheduling of this report. Then the other option, we can move to different categories, and we can also open the document link. And if this document is being accessed from some other application, we can provide this link to open this document. And the details menu, it gives details about the report, the owner of the report, and the type of the document, and other details like the number of instances it has, and the last run date. So here we have the setting that we have number of objects in the page. So if we have we can view 50 reports or 50 objects in each page. Beyond that, it will we have to go to the next page to view the reports. That can be set up in the preferences. So here we have the maximum number of items per page. We can change the setting to any other design number. Next is the categories. So as I mentioned a couple of times, the categories is again it's just a classification, and the user security and all is not maintained at category level in BI platform anymore. It's always at folder level. Categories, they were part of the BI platform, the business objects in the previous versions, and they are carried forward. And in most of the projects, these are not even available for the users. They are mostly hidden, so we can ignore them. The search option, using search option, we can search for reports or search for different objects. For example, I want to look for different the different objects with the name. So we can use even this search option, and we can view the details here. Now let's look at creation of the web intelligence report using BI Launchpad, and also scheduling part. So for creation of web intelligence report using BI Launchpad, we can go to applications menu and select the web intelligence, or we can also from the my applications area in the home page, we can click on the web intelligence, and then it opens the web intelligence new web intelligence document or web intelligence page, wherein we can click on new icon, and it opens a create a document window wherein we can select the data sources that are available. So I'm selecting universe. We can also select the Excel, Bex, and then SAP HANA or and SQL. So any of the data sources that are available here can be used for creating the web intelligence document. So I'm selecting the universe and then click OK. It displays the list of universes available in the BI platform. I'm using the demo universe, and then selecting the demo universe. We have the option to refresh universe list in case some users have exported any of the universe to the BI platform. And if it is not available in the this window, we can click on refresh universe list to get the latest universe. Then click on demo universe, and then click OK to create the report. So it opens the query panel window wherein we can select the objects. So here we have the universe pane, which contains the classes and objects, and then select the objects that are required to create this report. So I'm selecting employee number, employee name, job, and then salary and department number. And under query filters, we can add filters to this query, and then we can perform all the operations that we did while creating code using the web intelligence rich client. So we have all the options here. We can see the SQL by clicking on view SQL icon, and we can change the query properties. So we have the options to limit the number of records and retrieving duplicate records. So all those options that we have seen in web intelligence rich client are available in this query properties. So I can click on run query to create the report. Okay, I don't see any data for this report. So let me remove a couple of objects. I have removed a couple of objects. There is a data level security available on this the query. So I have removed the objects, and I'm running this query again. And now we can see the data. And this is again the default. Whenever we create a report in the web intelligence, the default tables that is available, the formatting that is present here, the report name at the top, and then a table with all the columns that we have selected in the first in the first run. So this is same as the web intelligence report creation using web intelligence rich client. And here we can see the name of the column name, and then when we click on each of the cell, we can see in the formula bar, we can see the formula that is utilized for each of the cell. And then for the header cell, we can see that it's always name of. So to get the name of the object, we use name of function and provide the object name. And to display the data, it's simply the object name that will write with equal to operator, and then the data is displayed. So each record contains data for each column contains the formula is equal to an object name, and that's how the data is displayed in this table. So we can perform all the operations as I mentioned. We can we have the different tabs that are available in the web intelligence list line. So here we have the report elements tab, using which we can add tables cross tab, or we can add charts, and we can we can insert break, we can insert the column or rows, and then we can format the headers. Then using formatting, we can perform the data level formatting in each of the cell. So we can change the font and borders, cell and style numbers. So we can do all the operations with respect to the data. Then using data access, we can work with the data providers. We can add a new data provider, or we can modify the data provider to add more objects to the query, and we can use purge and delete the data in the report. We also have the merge option when we have multiple queries, and we can merge the data. And then the analysis tab again contains the options of filter, ranking, input controls, grouping, break, applying breaks, and then we can also use drill functionality. And coming to page setup, we can set up the page view, the formatting, landscape, or the portrait format we can select, and we can select the type of the page format, A4, A3. We can select the option that we have available. And then going to properties, we can set up the properties related to the report. We can go to the document, and we can provide description to it, or we can provide the keywords using which we can search this document very easily. And also we have the different options for merging, drilling. So all the options that we have seen while creating web intelligence rich client are available in the thin client report, or the the web format of the report. So we can save this report. So you can go to save, and click on save, or click on save as, and we can save this report to any of the folders. The favorite folder would be again restricted to the current user with which we have logged in, or public folders would be available for all the users in the BI platform. Provide a name, and we also have different options here. So we can set the refresh and open option here. So whenever a user opens this report, the report would be refreshed. If required, we can check that option, and then we can save it. So now this report is saved. And to modify the query, we can go back to the edit data provider. We can click on that icon, and it opens the query panel, wherein we can modify this report, and we can set up the scope of analysis also in this, and we can also add filters to this, as I mentioned. And then in the query properties, we can select the context. If contexts are available, if prompts are available, we can set up the prompts. So all this we can change the name of the query also. So all these options are available in the thin client report. So these options that we have seen in the rich client reports, we can use the same options, and then we can modify this report. So we also have the union operator. So we can create combined query, and then we can in the second query. So these are two queries that are available, and we can add appropriate conditions, and create union of these queries. So here we can see that the union is used to combine these two queries. So when we do not have rich client privileges, we can using the thin client, or the BI Launchpad, we can create reports, and we can use all the functionalities available in the report creation. So generally for ad hoc reporting, the option that is available is the BI Launchpad, using which users will create reports, and reports can be managed using the BI Launchpad. So ad hoc reporting functionality is available in the production environment, wherein rich client would not be available for the end users. And then if they are interested in creating reports, they are given access in the BI Launchpad, and they will be provided the privileges to create reports in certain folders, and they can save the reports in those folders. So this is all about report creation and managing reports. Let us look at the scheduling. So we can schedule the report by clicking right click on the report, and we have the the menu schedule. So it opens the schedule and the report name window, and we have the instance title. We can provide a title, different title with if we want, and then in the recurrence we can select the recurrence type, which is the scheduling type. So we can either schedule, select run now, which runs the report immediately and only once, and then we have the next option is once. So we can specify a time if we want, and then if we want to run the report only once during that time, we can use the once option. Then the hourly option provides us to schedule this report for the number of hours, or for every hour or for every minute. We can select the option here, hour and minute, and then we can set the start date and end date, based on which the report would be running for every given hour till the date that we have selected as end date, starting from the start date parameter. And then we have the option daily. So again, using daily, we can schedule the report to run every day based on the start date and end date. The next option is weekly. So here we can select the weekdays, and based on start date and end date, the reports get scheduled, or it runs based on the selected weekly parameters. Then on the monthly, we can provide the option to run for every quarter, or every 3 months, or every 4 months. We can select, and based on the start date and end date, the report gets scheduled or runs. And then we have the other options: nth day of month, and first day of month, last day of month, and next day of nth week of the month, and calendar. So all these options can be used to create recurring schedule, so that the report gets accordingly, the report gets refreshed, and it gets scheduled, and data will be provided to the user to whom we schedule this report. And right now I'm selecting option as run now. And in the formats, we can select the different formats that are available. For example, we have the web intelligence format. If we send this report to users inbox, we can select this option. We also have the option to select the Excel, PDF, then CSV, and plain text or HTML archive. So we can select any of these options. So I'm selecting the Excel option, and under caching, we can set the different options that are available. And in the events tab, we can select the events to wait for, or events to trigger upon completion. So we have, if we want to create a dependent report, which is triggered whenever a file-based event is triggered. For example, if we have some data warehouse where data loading takes place, and once the complete data is loaded in all the tables, we want to trigger this report. So in that case, ETL process sends a file to the BO server. We can create a file event which looks for that file, and we can use that the file, and then we can create a schedule file based. We can create a file based event, and add the file file event to the events to wait for option. This report will wait for this event, and then it gets triggered based on this event. We also have the option to trigger an event upon the completion of this report. So once this report is completed, if we want to create a dependency on this report for another report, for example, if we want to once this report is completed, we want to schedule another report. So we can trigger an event here using this option. We can trigger the event, and then once this event can be added as events to wait for in the second report, and that report gets refreshed. And in the scheduling server group tab, we can select the options to select the server groups or servers. So I'm retaining the default option for now. Under destination, we have again multiple options. The default enterprise location is the location where the report is currently saved. We can send to BI inbox. So when we click on BI inbox, we get the list of recipients. So we can select the recipients to whom we can send this report once the report is scheduled, or we can also email this report. So we have the option here to provide the email of the users, and schedule this report. So we can send the email. We can provide email of a group, and in the two we can provide the email of user accounts to whom we want to send this report. In the subject, we can provide the subject, and message we can display. We can write some text, or we can also provide the parameters which in the add placeholder dropdown, we have list of parameters available in the BI platform, and we can select any of these, and we can automated names. The title which provides the name of the report would be available in the message of the email. Then in the add attachment, we can select again option to generate the name or to provide a default name. So here using specific name, we can provide again under using add placeholder drop down, we can select the name or title or ID or owner, and then we can use these options. So the file name would be the owner name if we select this parameter. So we can for now again I'm selecting the default enterprise location, and in the delivery rules we can specify there are again multiple rules here. The scheduled content has been successfully refreshed. In case when it is partial refresh, we can check this option, and in case if it is partially refreshed, the report would not be delivered. And the second option is the scheduled report contains data. If there is no data, then if we check this option, that report would not be delivered. So for now, again I'm using the default options, and I'm clicking on schedule, and we can, I think we have used the events. Let me remove the events. So I'm removing the events and scheduling it. So we can refresh this, and we can see that the report is running now. And finally it is success. So we can click on success to see the status of the report. So here the name of the report, the type of the report, and status, destination, and other details are available. The server used. So all this information is available when we click on the success status. And to view the report, we can click on the instance name. So here is the instance type. So we can, when we click on it, it downloads the report here, and we can open the report and view the data. So this is, we have selected Excel format, so we can see the data in Excel. So this is how we can schedule the report. And here we have different, again in history tab or history page, we have different options. We can view the history, or we can delete the history by clicking on organize menu and selecting delete. And we can also send this report to via inbox or file location. And we have the under more actions, we have the options to run the report or to reschedule, or we view the we can view the document link if it is required. So these are the options that are available for the scheduling. So that's all we have in the BI Launchpad.